Okay.
The first speaker for today is Ricardo, Dr. Ricardo. I would probably let him introduce himself. He's the only speaker who's virtual. He had to travel unexpectedly. So it's the first talk is going to be virtual, but all of the talks are in person. So without much ado, Ricardo, all over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Vishnu, for the invitation. In fact, I'm traveling to FACT, the main ACM conference on responsible AI that I'm chairing in Brazil this Monday. And the only flight I could find was one day earlier than expected. So what are these two things having in common, Terminator and the first Macintosh? Well, Terminator will be 10 years this year, and the Macintosh already has 10 years. This was maybe the first kind of smart computer, the first desktop that had nice letters and also that had the voice and so on. But also we need to remember that 1984 is the book of George Orwell. And it's interesting that Orwell feared that fear will ruin us, while Huxley feared that desire will ruin us. And I think that now the world that we are is more like Aldous Huxley rather than George Orwell 1984. So this meme that is very recent shows this, that George Orwell is very surprised because Huxley was right. But being more serious, there was another, really maybe the best philosopher of the 20th century was Ludwig Wittgenstein, that said that when one is frightened of the truth, then it's never the whole truth that one has an inkling of. And this is also happening today. He said something also very important these days, is that the limits of my language mean the limits of my world. And basically, if we don't know something, that's not part of our world. And this is happening today because there's a lot of disinformation and almost ignorance in many people. Like we have people that still believe that the earth is flat, for example. So why we're interested in responsible AI? First, because ethical AI doesn't exist. Ethics, justice, trust, hallucinations are human traits. So we shouldn't associate ethical or any other human trait to a machine, like consciousness or sentience and so on. Some people use trustworthy AI, but what is the problem with trustworthy AI? First, that we know that AI doesn't work all the time, but why we are saying that people should trust it? So why we put the burden in the user? Maybe trustworthy AI is a goal in the future, but I think we shouldn't use it now because it's not ethical to deceive the people. In fact, 100 years ago, someone would have told me, I will sell you a new means of transportation. And I will ask, what is the name of that? Trustworthy aviation. I would never buy an airplane ticket, because if you need to put trustworthy in front of the technology, that means that there's some problem in it. So I will go a bit fast because we have less time. So there are a lot of examples of irresponsible AI. You can check for the full presentation of this talk in the web. I have done it many times, but I will give you examples only of the ones that are in yellow. Of course, discrimination, automated discrimination is the most common one. And if you see the incident database, database, you see that it's kind of growing linearly, but they only have like 620 curated incidents. However, recently, the OECD started using AI to monitor these incidents in the news, and they found out that, for example, after ChatGPT, this went crazy, and now the number of problems is exponential. We need to remember that when some technologies are adopted in an exponential fashion, the number of problems will grow in the same way, like for example, a COVID epidemic. So this is something we would like to know. What is the risk of something happening, and what is the impact of that? So for example, here we have 5 billion people, and Wi-Fi, because these are the people that have access to internet. And we have like my own impression of how this is happening in the different kinds of problems. And I don't believe in AGI. So AGI maybe could happen, but other things will happen much earlier. And if that happens, well, of course, this will impact all the planets. Let me give you one example of bias. This is the worst example today. This started in 2013 because some immigrants' abuse of the system, a subsidy in childcare, And then the government of Netherlands decided to look for fraud in poor people. That's the first problem. If you look for fraud, you shouldn't start with poor people. You have to start with rich people. So that's unethical. Now, the government itself told the government not to do it, especially the Dutch Data Protection Agency. And at the end, after 5 years, 4 NGOs sued the government. This was public in 2019, and then the Secretary of State resigned. And finally, in February 2020, just before the pandemic, a court in the Netherlands said that this was illegal, and they have to compensate the people. This affected 26,000 families. This is more than 100,000 people if you count that these are immigrants with 2 kids. 42% were immigrants, so they were almost targeting foreign people. And after the reports of the parliament and other bodies of the government showed that this was much worse than they expected, finally, the chief of the opposition in January 21 resigned. Why the chief of the opposition? Because he was the Minister of Social Affairs at that time, and he said, I didn't know about this, but I'm responsible. But this was not enough for the opposition, and the next day, the whole government, Dutch government, resigned. So this is the largest political impact of the system that by chance is called CIRI. The second letter Y, because it comes from System for Risk Indication. Let me give you an example of pseudoscience. This was a published paper from MIT that claims that from your voice, they can reconstruct your face. Again, these are stereotypes, because I don't believe you can reconstruct the whole face. Maybe everything below my nose has to do with how I speak, but maybe my accent will give you a clue on my color of skin, but nothing else. So also last year, amazingly, a filed patent in 2020 was granted to Mitchell, and that says that basically from your voice, they can guess your name. I don't know how that this can work with all the adopted children in the world. So this is my master phrenology algorithm. So you send me a voice message and your name, and then I reconstruct your face. And from your face, I can use other pseudoscience that basically I know your political party. This was done by Kosinski in Stanford. Or I can know your sexual orientation, also by Kosinski in Stanford. Or I can know if you will be a criminal, like Minority Report. This was done claimed to be done in China and the US in different years. But also we have pure human incompetence. For example, we have adversarial AI. You change one bit, and then a dog becomes a cat, or a cat becomes a dog. What this system is learning, we don't know, but it's not what we learn. And also you can have plain incompetence, like this example from Facebook, where an engineer decided to deploy English train system in France, and the system decided that the town of Biche was forbidden. They were 3 weeks without their Facebook page, and if they were using the Facebook page in 2021 for COVID announcements, this could have hurt a lot of people. So let me here remind the limitations of this technology. And I'm giving in 2 weeks a keynote in SIGMOD that is called The Limitations of Data, Machine Learning, and Us. So first, you cannot learn what is not in the data. Plus, we need to remember that data is a proxy, does not capture everything. And this is what happened in 2018 when a self-driving Uber car didn't recognize a woman at night crossing in a bicycle in the wrong place and basically crashed the woman, and the woman died in her way to the hospital. There was a driver inside, but the driver was busy watching a video. This was told by Uber to the Arizona government. And basically, when the system realized it was a woman, it was too late. It was two seconds before the crash. So I don't care when the system works. I think we're evaluating machine learning completely wrong. We should evaluate machine learning like we do drugs or vaccines. What is the impact of errors? How many people will die? How many people will be affected? That's the right way to evaluate machine learning. Also, because when you use accuracy, you assume that all the errors have the same impact, and that's very rarely true. In particular, for example, false negatives might be worse than false positives in illness detection, or vice versa. False positives can be worse than false negatives in, for example, conditional freedom. So for the computer scientists here, if the model is not confident in the answer, instead of giving an answer, please say, I don't know. That's what the smart people do. The best teachers are capable of saying don't know when they don't know. And what happened with accountability in the Uber accident? Well, why Uber was in charge? Well, because they agree with the family of the victim in a settlement. Nobody knows how many $1 million they gave, but then Uber was not sued. But because they told the Arizona government that the backup driver was not watching the road, then she was charged with manslaughter. Look at the bias here. She was charged by manslaughter, and then she was basically found guilty, and it's in a home reclusion. And it's a very sad story because this was a Mexican immigrant, transgender, doing the only job that she could find, and also earning the minimal salary. So a vulnerable person suffered the consequences of this accident. And this is an example of non-human errors. Basically, errors that AI does that basically never happen because humans never do it. For example, here I have examples from Cruise, this car company in San Francisco that now lost their license. For example, you put a cone in the hood and the car will stop. They block emergency vehicles, causing damage. And the worst case was when a car went over a person, and instead of stopping and see how the woman, another woman, was below and what was happened, the car decided to park in the side, of course, dragging the woman, and they hide the video, and that's why they lost their license. Only Waymo now can be in San Francisco. But this was not the first accident, the one in Arizona. Maybe this was a Tesla accident 1 year earlier, 2017, is the first person that died because of a non-human error. Basically, the system didn't detect a white truck in a cloudy sky. And then here I will pose what is the real dilemma of self-driving cars. If you know the trolley problem, please remove it from your memory. You will never have this problem in practice. This is just a problem for philosophers. But here we have a real problem. Let's say these are people killed by cars. You don't need to convince me that self-driving cars will kill less people. That's for sure. Many less people because they don't drive drunk, they don't smoke, they don't look at the cell phone, and so on. However, the real problem is that some people that will be killed by the self-driving cars will be people that before were not in danger of being killed. So maybe we will save a lot of irresponsible man playing with the Tesla autopilot. If you see the website of Tesla accidents, most of them are men. And maybe we will kill some vulnerable woman, like in Arizona, or a kid that runs for a ball and goes over the ball and the system thinks that it's a ball. Or, for example, an old person that gets static and the system thinks that it's not a living person. So this is the problem. So we save a lot of irresponsible men, or we kill some vulnerable people. I don't have the answer. You need to think about it. But let me tell you that ethics changes. It depends on the person. For example, Voltaire, one of the French Revolution philosophers, said that it's better to risk saving a guilty man than to condemn an innocent one. And we all agree in that. It's better to have an innocent person free than in the prison. However, a few years later, Blackstone said that should be 10 guilty persons, and this is today is called the Blackstone rule in law. But only 20 years later, Franklin, and you know very well Franklin, said that it's 100 guilty persons. And if you read the quote, basically he said it in a way that you cannot argue with him because it's always true. So you are in 1, 10, or 100. This is a logarithmic scale. You can choose. And this is why in 2022, we did the first worldwide AI ethics advisory board at the Institute for Experiential AI, and this is open to any institution that wants to have top advice from almost 50 people from all around the world, because there's not enough people that knows this topic well. Then you don't have a conflict of interest with your own ethics board, and also because you don't need this all the time, so this is on demand. And then we got November 30, 2022, generative AI. You can read the joke. But this is like a Pandora box. Before we had a lot of procrastination thanks to social media. And now what we have My fears is that we have laziness, and laziness brings mediocrity. And we need to see that. We still don't have it. We haven't had enough time to see this. But this is the way I think we'll go. But reality gets very complicated. And I'm sure you have seen this from the Pope, or last year this, and now, well, yesterday he was finally convicted, but he has never been in this position. And really, the digital truth has ended. We cannot believe anything that we see. And the best example happened last February, when a person in Hong Kong had a video conference with the chief financial officer and many other people in his company. And basically, he didn't notice that all of them were false. So they imitated the voice, the face, everything of these other employees of the company. And at the end of the meeting, he transferred $25 million to another account. And that was basically the scam. So this company lost $25 million because of this. In March last year, Jaron Lanier said, the danger isn't that the AI destroys us, it's that it drives us insane. I said, he's completely right. The problem is not AGI. The problem is how we interact with these machines. And I will never imagine, and also he would never imagine that he was proven right less than a week later, when in Belgium, a PhD student killed himself after talking 6 weeks to a chatbot, not ChatGPT, another called ChatJ. And I will let you read the last conversation so you can decide if the chatbot helped this person to kill himself or not. He had a wife and 2 kids. Probably he was a PhD student in computer science because he named Eliza, the female avatar that he used. And if you see that at the end of the conversation, there is understanding that after killing himself, he will meet the chatbot in the afterlife. This is a really sad story, and sadly will not be the first. But this is not new. This started in 1966 with the first chatbot, Eliza, by Weizmann. And he said something very important, like 40 years ago. We must never confuse computers with humans. Sadly, we are doing that. We had an engineer in Google that believed that Palm was sentient. We had people that are talking to dead people. Maybe talking to Napoleon is fine, but talking to your dead fiancé or your grandmother, cases that happen in practice, maybe it's not that fine. So please do not dehumanize technology. They imitate us very well. So this robot is not thinking, it's just imitating that it's thinking. And they don't hallucinate, they make errors, they don't think, they mimic conversation. They don't have opinions, they only reflect those, they don't have intentions, they produce outcomes. And of course, they don't intend to manipulate and harm, but they do cause manipulation, information, and harm. So just to end, in the last 5 minutes, I want to just briefly say what we can do. So these are the main values of bioethics: autonomy, basically respect of human dignity, be good and not be bad, almost all religions, and then justice, protect the vulnerable. And there you have some properties of software that can be assigned to any of these values. The problem is that these values make conflict. I may need to reduce your autonomy to basically not allow you to harm yourself or some other people. This happens a lot in practice. And that's why in 2022, we updated, and I was one of the main 2 authors of these new principles on algorithmic systems that the ACM published, and the new ones are the ones in yellow. One was something I pushed. Basically, it showed that the system is legitimate and show that you have all the competences to do it. In particular, you have the administrative competence. Basically, you have the permission to do it from whoever needs to give you the permission. And we put minimizing harm explicitly to make sure that you think about that. And because we have some human biases, we also put that it's not only about people, it's also about the planet. So then we can have a governance of responsible AI. So for the first principle, we need to do a risk assessment. Then for the rest of the principle, we need to do validation and testing and have monitoring tools. Maybe we will use sandboxes to test these systems in advance. And when it fails, you need to have contestability and auditability because you need to have an audit. And if really you harm, it's too late, you go to court. But then you need to have accountability and responsibility. And very important, never audit an algorithm that is not legit, because then you will legitimize that algorithm. So any audit that should start with the risk assessment to know if the system is a legitimate system. Today, we have many, many illegitimate systems. In June 23, we had to extend these principles to generative AI, and we had to add 4 principles. You can read them here. And also, we improve other 4, and we maintain the other 5 that we had before. So now we have 13 principles, not a good number, but we could invent another one. So the governance is the same. So now I put also the other ones. For example, correctability will be when it fails, and basically everything is more or less the same. What about regulation? We have the EU proposal. In March, was approved by the European Parliament, but they didn't vote the last version, and they're still deciding how to fix that problem, that very stupid administrative problem. But this regulation on the use of AI has many issues. For example, should we regulate the use of technology? It's like saying you shouldn't kill a person with a hammer, when the right regulation will be you shouldn't kill a person, period. Doesn't matter which technology you use for that act. We have another problem. Now I can say, I don't use AI, and then I don't need to care about the regulation. So this is a loophole that this regulation has. And here is a good example that you don't need to use AI to basically harm people. This happened in the UK, and after many years, and this was kind of unknown, finally the case of Alan Bates against the post office was known, and this affected 900 families. 4 people committed suicide. Many of them went to the prison, and this is the largest justice scandal in the UK, and only was known this year because finally a TV did a series on it. So basically, series are discovering many problems that we had in the past. And the last problem of this regulation is that they invent categories that don't exist. We have high risk and low risk. But risk is a continuous variable. It's like the color of skin. Races or these categories of risk don't exist. We don't have a good way to measure, and we don't have a good way to put boundaries on this. So this is really arbitrary and doesn't work. What about the US? Well, it started in October 22 with this AI Bill of Rights. And I was very happy when I read that although they put AI, they put automated systems. So we didn't have the non-AI loophole. What happened last year with the executive order of Biden? We have again the non-AI loophole because they talk about AI and they don't talk about automated systems. But at least we have a new AI Safety Institute that is underneath, and I hope to see more things, maybe not this year, but after the election. So the final message is we need to empower people instead of replacing people. We have a worldwide problem on ethics, and we need to understand our own ethics. We need to teach ethics on the first year of universities, and then practice that in every subject to basically understand, like doctors, like physicians, how ethics is important, and we need to use it. So we'll finish with 2 other sad jokes. I'm not worried about artificial intelligence. I'm worried about our intelligence. If something happens, it will be our fault and not AI. And then I will humanize the robot to ask something very important. Can we think? And if you're interested, you can read this introduction to responsible AI in the European Review, a paper that published last year. And if you need help in responsible AI, we have a responsible AI practice in the Institute for Experiential AI. We're helping top 500 Fortune companies. And basically, instead of humans in the loop, we want to have humans in charge. Yes, thank you. I don't know if you have any questions.
So there is a question in the room, Ricardo. Hesham, you want to speak up, or I can use the mic?
There is no microphone.
You can probably speak up.
Yeah, sure. My voice is low. So, nice to see you, Ricardo. I am happy to see you in person.
Thank you. Yes.
You remember, Ricardo, from Waterloo days, you came up with an algorithm with Gune, the famous string matching algorithm. Do you think?
Sure.
Yeah.
I-
Do you think that AI, LLM,
You put it closer to your mouth.
Yeah. do you think that generative AI can create an algorithm like this?
That's a good question. I think no. I think AI is very good to interpolate data. So basically, find something in between things. But I think the true creativity is extrapolating knowledge, and I think that will be very hard to do by LLM. So LLMs basically is interpolating our own knowledge, but we need more than that. And now, maybe there's some mysterious hallucination where they can invent something we have never thought about it, but it still will be interpolation. Basically, will be an exploration between, for example, all the images between a dog and a cat. They can do that. They can explore that, and maybe they find something interesting, but they will never invent a new style like Picasso or Dalí. That's my own personal opinion.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So there's no question on Zoom either. Let me check YouTube. Yeah, there's no question on YouTube either.
Well, I guess everything was very clear.
Yeah. They're all mesmerized by your speech. We are indeed really fortunate to have Dr. Ricardo today with us. I think there's a
Thank
question.
you. Okay.
Speak up.
Yeah, that's better.
Well, I wonder how much also, I think you hinted at it at your conclusion, but how much of these ethical questions actually are actually more problems of human institutions rather than the technology itself. So, because there's kind of, for example, market incentives are usually to scale quickly, beat out your competitor. So there you might ignore maybe a lot of ethical questions that could get in the way of scaling faster and bigger than your competitor can.
Yes.
And the problem is that that's just not in the market, but also even geopolitically. You have competition between countries that then, this is kind of game theory problem that the incentive is just to almost like the Oppenheimer movie came out and so like
Yes.
almost like
Oh,
development of nuclear bombs, and there's just more and more incentive to kind of escalate. And that seems more of an issue with our institutions than in theory the technology.
You are completely right. Basically, we haven't solved our own social problems. For example, we still have problems because we have wars, and we're still non-humans if we have wars. And I don't believe in techno-solutionism. So technology can help solve our social problems, but the problems need to solve by ourselves, like by humans. So we need to, for example, we have human rights, and we still are not able to enforce human rights in the whole world. We have democracy, and still we don't have all countries with democracy. So we have many things that we need to resolve as society. And sadly, as you say, the market has different incentives. For example, people don't think about the ethical consequences of putting like these models in the market almost for free, only until you see the results. For example, if there was a monitoring tool in the example of Belgium, maybe a person will not commit suicide, but there was no monitoring tool. So there are many things that we are not doing right. And it's the same story with cars. Cars didn't have belts, didn't have a lot of things that now make them more secure. But the main difference today is that technology is going too fast. And if it's going too fast, then we don't have time to think enough on the ethical consequences of what we are deploying. And this is the problem. Like in 2 years, the world has changed. Before, maybe you need to wait 20 years for the world to change. So this is the problem. And faster, it's even worse because we are not easy to adapt to changes that fast. And at the end, I didn't mention this, but today what we are doing is we are increasing the digital divide in amazing speed, because 35% of the people don't have internet, 15% of the people don't speak one of the languages supported by language models, small children and old people cannot use this technology yet or will not use it. So more than half of the planet is basically without access to this technology, and they are getting behind in some way. So I don't know how we will continue, but we are scaling too fast, but only for the privileged people in the world, like us.
Any other questions? Okay, then let us give another round of applause for.
Thank you for the invitation, and I hope you have a great rest of the evening. Sadly, I have to take a flight, so bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks for sparing your.
Thank you, Vishnu.
Yeah, sure. I will go next. But before that, I want to check a few things. So let me see. Good. So I need to share the screen 1 second. Hello, everyone. My name is Vishnu Pendyala. I am the chair for this NFIC 24 and a faculty member in the Applied Data Science Department at San Jose State University. I teach machine learning and data science related courses there to the graduate students. So I wanted to give a brief introduction on why we chose this topic of navigating the ethics of generative AI, some of the rationale and the logic behind the thought process. So today, artificial intelligence is progressing at a rate that is faster than the human intelligence evolved, right? Human beings took tens of thousands of years to actually start speaking and start communicating using a language. But language understanding is now a cakewalk for these large language models. And artificial intelligence is proliferating everywhere in all the domains. But is that good news or bad news? So that's something that we want to touch upon in today's sessions. So first, let us start with the unreasonable effectiveness of generative AI's multimodal abilities. So generative AI is increasingly achieving human-level effectiveness in various domains. As you can see, text summarization is pretty much, the performance is very similar to the human performance in terms of text summarization. Machine translation, it is pretty much equivalent to human performance for a lot of languages. Question answering and code generation, image captioning, speech recognition. So all these tasks, the large language models or the AI models are achieving superlative performances. The level of multimodal understanding of text, image, and audio is both surprising and unexplainable as well. So they recently released GPT-4o. If you have read the technical report, there are some amazing capabilities. So in terms of emotion recognition and emotion generation, it's very human-like in terms of emotions also. That's something really commendable. And in terms of academic benchmarks, so here are a number of benchmarks and their interpretations. So MMLU stands for Measuring Massive Multitask Language Understanding. And it has achieved, GPT-4o has achieved a score of 88.7. So which means high level of understanding across a wide range of academic subjects, comparable to undergraduates or even graduates in a general field. So in GPQA, graduate level Google Proof Q&A, it has achieved moderate proficiency in handling complex, nuanced questions. In math, surprisingly, one of the common complaints with large language models used to be that they are not good at math. But GPT-4o claims a score of 76.6, which is akin to a student with an undergrad degree in mathematics or a related field. And in terms of coding, also it is very surprising, excellent programming skills. In terms of MGSM, multilingual grade school math, also it has achieved exceptional proficiency. And discrete reasoning over paragraphs. Also, the performance is really superlative. So as you can see, they're getting closer and closer to the human performance. But then that doesn't mean that all is good. So there are some serious limitations. So I think Dr. Ricardo talked about a few of them before. There are a lot more. So for instance, this has been in the news a lot. It has been tweeted many times. So chatbot, Bing chatbot basically urged this tech columnist to leave his wife. And the other way is also true. Woman 37 decides to divorce her husband and move with her lover because a chatbot, ChatGPT told her to. So, and then there are more serious things, right? So one of the law professors was falsely accused of sexual harassment. So that's even more serious. So as you can see, Gen AI has been in the news for the wrong reasons also, not just good reasons, but the wrong reasons also. And then ChatGPT's inaccuracies. ChatGPT is essentially a machine learning model. So machine learning is approximate, right? So that causes some false negatives, false positives, and inaccuracies. And that's what causes real harm. So more to it, the day I prepared these slides, I just went to Apple News and then took screenshots of all these news items. So one point to take away from this slide is that Gen AI is now a common man's domain. It's no longer limited to the labs. It's everyone's business these days. There's news about something about artificial intelligence almost every day. So Indian elections are going on right now. It's in the last phase. And people are being bombarded with millions of deepfakes generated using AI, generative AI. And then we have the problem of hiring, right? So job seekers and hiring managers depend on AI, and at what cost to truth and fairness? So that's a big problem. AI can enhance productivity, but it also displaces workers in certain industries. So vulnerable communities like low-wage workers, women, and people of color may be disproportionately affected. So for instance, recently Levi's made a big announcement that they are correcting the problem of diversity in their work. And how are they doing it? They are doing it by using artificial intelligence. So that's actually rephrasing the problem. When you use artificial intelligence for generating images of the dark-skinned people, models, we are essentially displacing those models. So it's like the problem of discrimination rephrased or compounded, right? They're trying to correct the problem of discrimination and fairness, and they're creating real problem, right? So there are a lot of issues. And then there's a IEEE Spectrum article on, do we dare use generative AI for mental health? So these days, a lot of youth are running into mental issues, and then LGBTQ people are also running into mental issues. And an increasing application of the large language models is to use those models for helping the mental health patients suffering from mental health issues. So what is the problem with that? You may ask. So if you have interacted with ChatGPT or for that matter, any large language model, the discussion is very shallow. I don't know how many of you share my opinion, but I get the feeling that I'm talking to a high school student who has just studied a textbook on the topic. Nothing more than that. I don't see the depth. So that's a serious problem when you use these large language models for mental health kind of issues, counseling for mental health. It's a serious problem because mental health issues have to be dealt with by really experts in the domain, right? Companies have this policy, this benefit called EAP, Employee Assistance Program, right? So employees can have access to renowned psychologists and things like that. So the reason companies spend money on that is because mental health is a very serious problem, right? You cannot substitute psychologists with large language models. So that's the issue there. And then Google's generative AI fails will slowly erode our trust in Google. So Google is scared that the problems with their artificial intelligence may slowly erode the trust in Google. And it indeed caused a major problem, as we will see in this next slide. So when asked to generate an image of the US founding fathers, Google's Gemini inaccurately included a black man, right? And when asked to generate German soldiers from World War II, it incorrectly included a black man and Asian woman, right? So we know these are factually incorrect, right? So what's happening here? So the discrimination problem, to correct the discrimination problem, Google has overdone it, right? So that's what caused the political correctness of this large language model has caused what is called as a wokeness in today's parlance. So the AI models suffer severely with wokeness and anti-wokeness as well. So obviously there was a lot of hue and cry about this on the social media. Posts went viral, and Google Gemini had to stop the functionality. I checked a couple of days back when I was preparing slides for this talk, and it was still not restored. The functionality of generating images is still not restored. They're still working on it. So this highlights two problems. One is the difficulty in controlling the behavior of these large models, right? Google faced a lot of difficulty, obviously. They tried to correct, but it went the other way around. So that's one problem. And the other problem is the kind of rat race that we are in today, right? Every company is in a race. And they're not doing enough testing before releasing the product in production. So these are serious problems, I think, particularly the first one. If you don't have control on what the large models can do and cannot do, it's a serious problem. And then there is this problem of decolonizing the LLMs. So I took this table from the technical report. So these days, most of the scientific work is available as preprints rather than as scientific documents. I'll not go into the reasons, but so Llama 2 is like most other large language models, is predominantly trained on English text. So there are 7,000 plus languages in the world, right? And you can see the coverage of the training data across these languages. So nearly 90% of the training data is in English. And the unknown there, can anyone guess what that unknown language could be? It amounts to around 9%, 8.38%. So it is not a human language. It's mostly programming language. So, so there you go. So there is a need to decolonize the large language models. Even the Bloom model, the world's largest open multilingual language model, is able to generate text in just 46 natural languages and 13 programming languages. Compare that to the 7,000 languages that people speak in the world. So that's the problem as well. And then there is this problem of hefty carbon footprint, right? Creating GPT-3 consumed the equivalent of 123 gas-powered vehicles driven for 1 year. That's a lot of carbon emissions, right? So the invention of transportation infrastructure was a clear disaster, in my opinion. First thing is it doesn't scale. I was driving from San Jose to Stanford. There's so many redundant things that I saw on the way. So long back when the traffic was not that much, people came up with this unprotected left, right? It doesn't scale now. I had to wait for nearly 3 minutes or 2 minutes just to come straight. So this traffic engineering hasn't scaled well, and it has caused a big disaster for our climate. So the question now is, will generative AI models cause similar kind of disaster and cause similar kind of climate problems, right? So transportation infrastructure is neither scalable nor sustainable, and LLMs are there. I deliberately chose this analogy. There are other analogies also, but I deliberately chose this analogy of transportation because transportation, we all know, is now an environmental nightmare, right? Just for traveling 14 miles or 15 miles, I had to spend like 45 minutes in the traffic. It's ridiculous. So sustainability is something that we need to keep in mind for every invention, which is really needed. Now, there's more to it. AI is a double-edged sword. If it falls into wrong hands, it can cause mass destruction, right? If an LLM advises me wrongly to divorce my spouse, it is one thing. But if GenAI makes mistakes in detecting targets in a war zone, it can be catastrophic, right? So in this article published in Scientific American, the authors, one of the authors actually is the Nature magazine, the widely reputed Nature magazine. So they discuss the topic of lethal autonomous weapons, LAWs, LAWs. So United Nations included banning such weapons in its agenda. But that shows the gravity of the problem. But the situational awareness and multimodal capabilities of the generative models, when combined with this kind of lethal AI weapons, could cause a devastation. So GenAI can easily unleash a mass devastation. through autonomous unmanned drones and vehicles, right? And this professor from UCB, Stuart Russell, says that the technical capability for a system to find a human being and kill them is much easier than to develop a self-driving car, and he compares that kind of a task with a graduate student project. So it's that easy. A lot of inventions came out from war, right? From duct tape to the internet, they all grew in defense labs, right? Even the most popular machine learning evaluation metric, the ROC curve, which is used to evaluate the performance of machine learning models, originated from a war scenario. So the Time magazine carried a detailed report on this, the first AI war. The controversial US facial recognition company Clearview AI has provided its tools to more than 1,500 Ukrainian officials who have used it to identify more than 230,000 Russians on their soil, as well as Ukrainian collaborators. So they are turning Ukraine into an AI war lab. So the word lab has to be carefully noted here. So what does lab indicate? It indicates that there are experiments that are going on, and experiments can go wrong, right? So what if the payload is nuclear, right? The payload of the attack is nuclear. So here's a nice video. I thought I will show.
Pilots directed almost 3,000 precision strikes last year. We're super proud of it. It allows you to separate the bad guys from the good. It's a big deal. But we have something much bigger. Your kids probably have one of these, right? Not quite. Its processor can react 100 times faster than a human. And just like your phones and social media apps, it does facial recognition. Inside here is 3 grams sheep explosive. They can penetrate buildings, cars, trains, evade people, bullets, pretty much any countermeasure. Just characterize him, release the swarm, rest easy. You can see high windows, very small.
So that kind of indicates the possibilities, bad possibilities. And then this report that was commissioned by the State Department in November 2022. It's a federal contract worth $250,000. So the contract was awarded to Gladstone AI. It's just a 4-person company that runs technical briefings on artificial intelligence for government employees. So it's a 247-page document presented to the State Department a couple of months back in February. So they say that there is reason to believe that they may be uncontrollable if they are developed using current techniques and could behave adversarially to human beings by default. So the word uncontrollable needs to be noted here, right? Like I mentioned, Google could not control the behavior of a large model in correcting the fairness, right? So it is uncontrollable. Then there are these famous quotations from some famous people. The first is from the godfather of AI, Geoffrey Hinton. So till this quotation came around, I did not know that there was or rather Geoffrey Hinton was the godfather of AI. But this quotation, the alarm bell I'm ringing has to do with the existential threat of them taking control. And then Elon Musk's words, mark my words, AI is far more dangerous than nukes. Humans should be worried about the threat posed by artificial intelligence, according to Bill Gates. And according to Stephen Hawking, the development of full artificial intelligence could spell the end of human race. So these are all really noted people, visionaries who have shaped our civilization in the modern times. And that's what they want to say. But main question is, why will artificial intelligence go out of control? So the reason is because it is vastly unexplainable. You cannot control something that is unexplainable, right? If you cannot predict its behavior, if you cannot understand it well, then how can you control it? With trillions of parameters in these large language models, the math is really very complicated, and what goes on behind is unexplainable. So that is a problem we have. To illustrate the importance of explainability, we try to tackle the problem of mental health. Can we predict mental health? One of my graduate students and I, we try to make a case for explainability of artificial intelligence models. So this is a crucial step according to us, and that's what people are believing now anyway. So we took a popular data set, often used for mental health prediction. There are several research papers which have used this data set, and they have produced excellent results. It was kind of given, if you read the papers, you'll get an impression that mental health can be easily predicted. But then look what we found. So this is a paper recently published, I think last month or last month. So we used post hoc explanation methods. That means we treated the machine learning models as black boxes. And then we found that the models were focusing significantly on less relevant features and at times unsound ranking of the features to make the predictions, right? So the claims need to be corroborated using results from the explainability techniques to gain insights into the models. So that means simply relying on accuracy and evaluation metrics is not enough. So justification of those evaluation metrics is really important. So yeah, merely achieving superlative evaluation metrics can be dangerously misleading and may infringe upon ethical horizons. So most of these papers which use the data set and produced excellent results fail to consider the fact that these kind of things were happening in the back. So that is, but then not all is bad. LLMs can be good as well. LLMs are known, large language models, LLMs are known to generate misinformation, but we tried the other way around. We tried to see if we can detect misinformation and explain the behavior using large language models. This was published also in the last month, I believe, or this month itself. So we took a number of large language models like Llama, Falcon, Mistral, and then we tried to test the models on data sets, which are typically used for misinformation detection. So the results are not outstanding, but there is some hope here that large language models can be used for misinformation containment. So what is the path forward? So one thing is regulation. And the easiest thing everyone can say is regulation. The government is not doing enough for us. That's the common complaint. So regulation, regulation, regulation. So there are governments and agencies actively working on addressing some of the issues. Like if this is the most recent entrant into the law domain. This law was passed by Colorado on the 17th of May this month, just a couple of weeks back. So, so they address algorithmic discrimination, documentation, impact assessment, industry standards for risk management, transparency measures, and then more importantly, consumer rights. We have the law provides us rights to opt out, to correct data, appeal adverse decisions, so on and so forth. Of course, there are exceptions for small-scale industry. small businesses, fewer than 50 employees. And then the overall responsibility of enforcement, of course, lies with the Attorney General of the state. But I don't have a whole lot of hope on relying just with on regulation, because see what happened with CCPA. CCPA was along the lines of GDPR. California passed this privacy law. But to get my information removed from a dubious website, I had to provide official documents, government issued driver's license or passport. I want my information to be removed, and they're asking me for more authentic information, which is very private. Right? Does it make any sense? I mean, is that the spirit of the law? Is that what people wanted? So there is obviously a loophole. I tried to highlight that in multiple ways, but I wasn't very successful. And regulation is favorite for universities also. By the way, education and training is crucial, because to leverage the revised economy driven by artificial intelligence, workers need to be retrained, and only formal education could probably help. Universities have a very big role, and so universities have all these policies. You can look at all the policies that the universities came up with. I will end with these research directions. So the first promising research direction is this concept of mechanistic interpretability. So what the explainability techniques that we used were post hoc. They were attributional and behavioral. So we tried to attribute feature importance to each of the features in the data set. But mechanistic interpretability goes a step beyond, far beyond actually, and then looks at what is happening in the billions of neurons, which have billions of weights, and it tries to interpret the outcome, right? So that is, and interestingly, this is not even published work. This kind of an important research topic is not even published. So that's the kind of scientific publication process that we have today, right? In fact, anyway, I'll not go there, but so this is just a blog, and Neil Nanda, he wrote a series of blogs starting in 2022, I believe. So he came up with this 200 concrete open problems, COP, in mechanistic interpretability. So very interesting ideas. Certainly take a look if you're interested. And then this high school student, Achyuta Rajaram, very recently won a $250,000 prize for this idea. He extended, I mean, it's basically the idea stemmed from this mechanistic interpretability. So mechanistic because the techniques go into the mechanics of the neurons, what happens in the huge networks of neurons. That's why it's called mechanistic. So this high school student basically came up with the idea of discovering visual circuits, parts of these huge networks of neurons, which are responsible for certain functionalities. So it's an interesting paper. So that also is quite promising, but along the lines of mechanistic interpretability. And then the third idea that really impressed me is this paper from an MIT Ph.D. student, Kolmogorov-Arnold networks. So Kolmogorov-Arnold representation theorem is known, but they use that theorem to come up with neural networks which are more interpretable, which provide continual learning, and fewer parameters. So there are a lot of good things about it. They change the math a little bit, and a lot of advantages. So I think it is time to revisit natural language processing using these new type of networks. So I think that's what I had. I had another thought, but I think I lost the thought. Anyway, so this is my website. Please feel free to reach out to me if you want to collaborate or whatever. And I'm open to any questions. Any questions?
One more thing. You school there. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Okay. So any questions?
Yeah, so you talk about the fake or misinformation, the politics or elections, and then you later talk about how to detect the misinformation. What are the directions people have been taking to improve how we can detect the fake news or deepfake, produced by AI?
That is a very good question. So the question is, what are the research directions that are in progress today for detecting and containing misinformation? So obviously there's a lot of research and in this area, and quite a few papers have claimed excellent accuracies in detecting misinformation and containing misinformation. But we know that the problem is hardly solved, right? The problem is growing by the day. So to answer your question, most of the research papers used machine learning models for detecting misinformation. And they achieved excellent accuracies, but I think that is not at all sufficient. We need, so that's the reason why I'm looking at various new approaches for natural language processing. So this CAN seems to be quite promising, this Kolmogorov-Arnold network. So that seems promising to revisit the natural language processing. But yeah, it's mostly machine learning. There are some approaches using first order logic also, because first order logic is all about truth and theorem proving, but that is not taking off. There was some work, but it did not pick up as well. So these days, everything is being attempted using machine learning, and that is the trend even in misinformation containment.
Excuse me.
Sorry, we'll take Rajesh question now.
Comment here. Problem here I see is that when you use the word misinformation, assume that there is some information that is correct or there's an objective reality. And I mean, you've seen many instances when you see situations where a same event viewed by 5 different people has a different reality for each one of them. And when you talk about elections and so on, I mean, this is a very complicated topic where information that is provided could be completely correct information, no misinformation from one person's point of view. And then somebody else may look at it in a completely different way. So I think one of the questions that I'm asking is, we need to be clear about our definitions in terms of how to evaluate these models and how do you actually confirm a point of view which is above, if you will, different interpretations. And I don't know how you do that. This is really a human problem, and to map it into AI is not going to solve it unless you have some other discourse on agreeing to some common shared reality.
Yeah, in fact, I explored these kind of ideas in a paper, in a chapter, book chapter, why misinformation containment is still unsolved. That's the title of the chapter. And yeah, like you said, the truth is relative, right? So long back, people believed that the earth is flat and executed people who told the truth that earth is round. One of the famous Galileo was impacted, right? So truth has always been relative. So that compounds the problem. In fact, there's a lot of other stuff that compounds the problem of misinformation containment. So there are many factors. I agree with you. So those have to be taken into consideration. So yeah, you're right. Just using machine learning. So machine learning today is like a hammer, right? Everything looks like a nail to a hammer. So that's what seems to be happening today. But yeah, you're right. We should think more holistically and comprehensively when it comes to coming up with these tools. and ideas. Hisham.
So did you analyze perplexity?
Perplexity is was not part of our paper, but yeah, that's an important metric.
Did you look at Google AI overviews? Because really it produces crazy results.
So you mean Google Gemini? Or?
Yeah, no, Google announced in the Google I/O conference something called Google AI overviews.
Okay.
Yeah, which will tell you here is the search, normal search, but these are some recommendations coming from AI. But it is completely, sometimes it is crazy.
Oh, yeah.
It's powered by,
And I think it's disabled it, right?
Yeah. So,
Disabled it now.
that is powered by Gemini.
yeah, it's powered by Gemini. It's powered by Gemini. So Gemini is a large language model and it is impacted by hallucinations, right? So the problem is machine learning is probabilistic. So that's why these large language models are called stochastic parrots. So the model itself is a compressed data, just like a zip file, right? The 175 billion parameters are basically a compressed form of the World Wide Web on which the model was trained, right? So it stochastically generates the next token. That's it. And the very stochastic nature makes it to hallucinate, right? So yeah, there's a lot to be done in that respect as well. Hallucinations will continue to be a serious problem going forward. Yes.
So you talked about some issues about opting out of data. But I think there's some places in Europe, for example, I think in Barcelona and some other municipalities or national and local governments, about actually having to opt in. So kind of reversing the role. And I mean, there you have to create a whole legal framework about actually who owns the data, which is much more complicated and it might be harder to pull off in this country. But so I think that's an interesting idea to actually flip the responsibility and that like these companies or governments actually have to request the use of your personal data and you actually have to opt in. So the default is that your data is not used.
Yeah, I fully agree with that opinion. In fact, but the problem is the government's will, right? So that's where it all boils down to. So opt-in is certainly a better option. I agree with you. Any other questions?
Professor, can you hear me?
Then we trust the AI model.
Can we trust? So yeah, that's what I said. We cannot entirely trust the AI models. We need to depend on explainability also. We need to analyze the model using explainability technique. That was the answer.
Professor, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm able to. We are able to hear you.
Excellent. Just one cautionary note, and also a good news. You were concerned about the carbon footprint of the current AI technology. I just want to make the observation that we're probably in the steam engine era of AI technology, and the problem is a software problem, and software gets better over time. And how do I know this? Because in our heads, there is a very vastly superior AI neural network, well, an intelligent neural network, that's running on 70 watts or less and producing tremendous results continuously. So I think it is not impossible to foresee a future where the AI is greatly more efficient than today's steam engine technology. That's the good news, I think. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I agree with you. There have been recent developments. So there is some focus on this aspect, and it is producing some really good results, and particularly the use of renewable energies.
Well, let's just put in a Band-Aid on the problem. I think addressing the software algorithms, the software design of AI will have a much larger orders of magnitude impact on the energy used. We just don't have the smarts to figure it out at this second today. Now, on the case of misinformation, Elon, who's pretty much involved in the AI, stresses that it should be AI's primary focus to pursue truth. And I think that is at odds with certain political entities, sort of like Galileo encountered, where the authorities, that would be the government and the academia of his time, which would be the church, were telling him that how dare he spread his misinformation, and they punished him severely for it. And I think we have to be very careful assuming that academia or the government is a source of truth, when in fact it is quite likely not. So how can you address that? And I think the answer is not with suppression of, quote, misinformation by the academy or government, but by more truth. In other words, if you think I am misinforming, present your evidence that I am misinforming, and I can present and rebut. And that has actually resulted in the growth of Western civilization, as opposed to dictates saying that, oh, you must not speak. Censorship is usually the tool of the villain.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks for those comments. I think I took more time than allotted. I'm one of the organizers. So if we can save the question for the break, that will be great. Unless it's very short. Is it?
Well, I have a very short question follow on the data, because a lot of the question here where I think regulation or how do we use the technology related. But for instance, on the opt-in versus opt-out of the data, on a technical level, my question basically is the technology in place. It's about to say, for instance, I trained this model, genie's out of the bottle, I already gave you my data, but can I ask you, is the technology there to say disregard this information or disregard certain information that I gave you earlier, and have the technology basically make sure that this is then in fact disregarded without needing to rely on regulation or human tools?
So that's a very good question. So the last question is really good. So the question is, can we pinpoint to the data that needs to be removed from the model, right? And can we remove the model? So that's an area of active research. There's a concept called machine unlearning. So machine unlearning basically does that. So instead of retraining the whole thing, like ChatGPT took 6 months to train. So we don't want to do the 6-month training all over again just to remove the data about one single person, right? So the idea of removing a specific instance of data from a model is called machine unlearning. So that's already in place. And in fact, there's a website. I think it's Hugging Face website, one of the pages on Hugging Face. You can actually know if data about you or pertaining to you or somebody else is used for a model, for training a model. And then you can make a request on the website to get that data removed from the model. So it's already in place. So, okay, it was a very nice discussion. Thank you all for the participation. And I would like to request the next speaker, Dr. Jesmin, Jahan, Tithi, to please come to the podium and take over. So this one, right? This is
What is it?
So yeah, click on that. Okay, now you're good, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah. And now go to Zoom. No. Let it, yeah. Yeah, now Alt tab or something, right? You go to Zoom. How do you go to Zoom? Alt tab. Right? Yeah, like that. So where is Zoom? This one, right? So if you can go to this one. Yeah. And then here. Share.
They're already sharing screen.
Oh no, stop share. Share. Screen two. Yeah. And then unmute. You have to unmute also.
Okay. Unmute.
So go to Zoom in. Alt tab.
Oops.
No, Alt tab. You have to go to Zoom.
Wait, remember this one.
Let me see.
This one is the screen.
Yeah, this is the screen.
And chicken.
Okay. It doesn't show. Oh, it's on the other, it went to the other screen.
Let's see.
Wait a minute. So, can we pull this here?
Which one? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
okay. Now.
It's already unmuted, actually.
Unmuted, okay, good. And stop share. And then share screen. Screen two. Share. And then start video. And yeah, I think you're good.
It's not moving.
So you have to Alt tab. This is the PowerPoint, right? Okay, now backspace.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay, that was a lot of technical issues at the beginning. Okay, so hello everyone. I'm going to talk about harnessing Zen inspection for trustworthy generative AI. I am Jesmin Jahan Tithi. I'll talk as a founding member of Zen inspection process. I am also a certified Zen inspection teacher and part of Zen inspection initiative. Zen inspection is a registered trademark, and it can be used in open as an open access tool under the license of Creative Commons for non-commercial purpose. Now, the disclaimer is, I work as a tech lead and AI research scientist at Intel in software hardware co-design for algorithms that includes AI algorithms, and it's not really related to Zen inspection. I worked on Zen inspection to pursue my own passion on ethical and trustworthy AI. And thus the views I express here is my own and do not reflect official policy of Intel. So having said that, let's talk about generative AI. Generative AI is a branch of AI that utilizes machine learning algorithms to create new data. And the data could be anything from realistic images, videos, to musical pieces, software programs, exam essays, medical treatment suggestions, creative text, and media. Gen AI models are trained on massive data sets of existing data, allowing them to identify patterns and relationships of all human knowledge ever digitized. And by leveraging this knowledge, these Gen AI models can then generate new examples that adhere with those patterns, which makes them very, very realistic. Now, the potential benefits of Gen AI, are many more. For example, Gen AI can accelerate the discovery of new life-saving drugs, simulating complex molecules. And see, I think my screen froze again. Okay, good. And they can also be used to design innovative materials with unique properties, leading to advancement in fields like in clean energy. They can also assist artists, musicians, and writers to create new creative contents. It can be used in software and hardware industry, can make coding much easier, even it can be used to design new hardware. It can be used in educational industry to generate educational content, improving writing and grading. It can be used to create personalized experiences, from tailoring educational content to recommending products. It can be used to create highly realistic simulations to train self-driving cars, improving their safety and performance. And overall, if you know how to use these Gen AI systems, it will increase your productivity at work, even in personal projects. Overall, there is a tremendous potential of AI to become a digital assistant to all human. For example, ChatGPT is a good example of how AI can democratize the use of high-performance computing, which is my other research area, providing benefits to every individual in the society. However, we need to be responsible as users and developers of those systems. Now, let's think about some of the ethical minefield of generative AI, risk and issues. Vishnu already talked about some of them, but I'll cover some more. So Gen AI models that are trained on biased data can perpetuate and amplify existing social bias at a much larger scale. Gen AI can hallucinate and can be dangerous to use in certain use cases, where we need factual data. If the Gen AI is trained based on data that are outdated or irrelevant, then they'll produce information that will be also outdated and irrelevant for your use case. The ability of Gen AI to create data that closely resembles real information raises privacy concern. An IP right might be violated when you use this generated content for your use case. And Gen AI can create realistic but fake videos or audios potentially used for malicious purposes. For example, as Vishnu was saying, it can be used to create fake videos, which can be used for election engineering. In fact, doing social sentiment engineering to sway opinion on one side or the other. The inner working of complex Gen AI models are often very opaque, making it difficult to understand how they arrive at their output. So there is not much transparency here. At the same time, as people use more of it, there will be potential for de-skilling in certain areas of task. As Gen AI automates tasks currently performed by humans, job displacement will become a significant concern. And it takes millions of dollars to train large foundational model, and only a few companies could afford it, which creates the potential concentration of power, and it can, be dangerous for the democracy. Not only that, as Vishnu was pointing out, training the GPT model once emitted the carbon footprint of traveling to moon once. So there is an article that AI Me to Moon, which is 123 car versus going to moon once. So it can be very dangerous for the Earth, the carbon footprint. Now here is a potentially problematic example of this year. Texas is replacing thousands of human exam graders with AI. Texas will hire only 2,000 graders this year instead of usual 6,000. And the state says that its education agency would save as much as $20 million per year due to this switch, eliminating human jobs. This is another news that caught my eye. Apple's research team released Ferret UI that allows LLMs to access and understand what is in your screen. Does it, does it cause some concern in you about privacy? Like, I don't want LLM to see my screen. So now that you know what is Gen AI, what are the benefits, what could be the risk and danger, let's talk about Zen-Inspection. Zen-Inspection is a holistic process that is used to evaluate the trustworthiness of AI-based technologies at different stages of its life cycle. It focuses on identification and discussion of ethical issues and tensions through elaboration of socio-technical scenarios. It's like how the technology is going to be used in the social setting. It uses General European Union's high-level expert groups guideline for trustworthy AI, and it shows how that guideline of trustworthy AI can be used in practice. According to EU's high-level expert group, to be trustworthy, an AI needs to be lawful, respecting all applicable laws and regulations. It needs to be robust from both technical and social perspective. It also needs to be ethical, respecting all ethical principles and values. And this group also gave 7 requirements of trustworthy AI. So that means if we want to make an AI system trustworthy, we have to make sure that we are following these requirements. And these are human agency and oversight, which means the AI system needs to respect fundamental rights. And ultimately, human needs to be in the control. Human can pull the plug anytime. The AI system has to have technical robustness and safety baked in. That means it will have resilience to attack or security vulnerability. There should be fallback plan if anything goes wrong. There should be measure for general safety. It should have some guarantee of accuracy that is relevant to that use case. It should be reliable and outputs should be reproducible. It needs to respect privacy and data governance. So the AI system should be built respecting for privacy. Data need to be of quality and factual, and there should be option to access to the data. The AI system need to be transparent. It should be interpretable, traceable, and explainable. The AI system need to be diverse, non-discriminative, and fair. That means the system need to avoid unfair biases. It needs to be designed with universal design in mind and make sure that the design, everybody can use it. And during design, it should include the stakeholder in the design process so that people's opinion are reflected. AI system should have, designed considering social or environmental well-being in mind. It needs to be sustainable, should consider environmental friendliness, and also it should consider impact on the society and democracy. And finally, the 7th requirement is accountability. That means it needs to be auditable. It should minimize the harm and report the negative impacts. There should be communication on what kind of trade-off has been made during the design process. Like, are you trading off accuracy versus privacy? And there should be always the opportunity of redressing if anything goes wrong. So these are the 7 requirements of trustworthy AI. So we level an AI trustworthy if it has all these 7 requirements fulfilled. And these requirements can be adapted based on the local policies. So if we are not in EU zone, but we are in US zone, we can use US AI Act laws instead. We also added 2 other requirements in addition to the 7 requirements, and these are we want to assess if the ecosystem respect values of Western European democracy and whether the AI could cause concentration of power because that's dangerous for democracy. These requirements need to be evaluated throughout the life cycle of the AI, from its design to deployment, to be trustworthy. Zen-Inspection has been recognized by OECD.ai, which is a global policy advisory board where many of the countries are member, and they are promoting Zen-Inspection as a tool to be used. We also received 2 awards from ISSIP for our innovation and impact. Now let's see what is exactly Zen-Inspection. How do we do it? So We have 3 phases: setup phase, assess phase, and resolve phase. In the setup phase, we basically verify the preconditions. That includes, initial question: who requested the inspection, how the report will be shared, who are the stakeholders, all those kind of things. Legal admissibility, whether there is an IP conflict, and so on. And then we also need to make sure that there is no conflict of interest. Next, we create a team of multidisciplinary experts that includes stakeholders as well as expert people from any of the field that will be needed to assess the trustworthiness of the AI. And then by discussing with the stakeholder and these team members, we create a boundary and context for this measurement or for this assessment. At the same time, we create a protocol document, which basically logs everything from the start to the end of the assessment process, including, who are the team members, what data has been checked. Every step will be logged in the protocol document. The next step is the assessment phase, where we basically analyze the socio-technical scenarios, which are basically, asking ourselves, what is the aim of the AI system? Who are the actors? What are their expectations and how they interact with the system? What was the process that was used to build the system? And what was the AI technology used for the system? And how it will be deployed, all of those. So we analyze the socio-technical scenario, and then we try to identify ethical issues and tensions. Now, note that we have different kind of expert in our team, and each expert would come up with, will identify different types of issues, and then we'll try to build a consensus among us that what are the real issue in this AI system. The next step would be to map those issues in those 7 requirements of trustworthy AI, that this issue is not coming from not following this requirement or not meeting this requirement. And then we execute, which means we try to collect evidence that the claims are not being met, or the accuracy is not as promised, or there is this biases, or data set is not balanced, all those kind of things that we do after this step. And then it can be iterative, and we find the issues in that AI system. The next step is the resolve phase, where we basically try to address ethical tensions. Basically, we suggest what can be done to make it more trustworthy, what should be the safeguard, and so on. So that's basically in a nutshell of what we do in the inspection process. We have analyzed 5 real-world cases using this process, but you can find the detail in the publication. Now I'll go about how we can mold it for Zen AI. So in a typical Zen AI project, the setup phase would be assemble a team of relevant stakeholders. It could be the software developers and users, experts in AI, ethics, legal, policy, domain where Gen AI will be applied. And then we need to establish a protocol document outlining the assessment goals and boundaries. We also need to clearly define the Gen AI project's purpose, functionalities, and data used. Then we move to assess phase, where we try to evaluate how the Gen AI system will interact with the users and how they will impact the decision of the user. We need to identify potential risk related to bias, fairness, transparency, IP, data privacy, security of the Gen AI project. Then we'll try to align those identified issues with these 7 key requirements of trustworthy AI, including whether there is enough human oversight, technical robustness, privacy, and accountability. And then we'll ascertain that the Gen AI project is adhering with those trustworthiness principles. In the result phase, we will provide recommendation based on the assessment, propose solutions to mitigate risk and enhance the Gen AI project's trustworthiness, and we'll communicate the findings and recommendations to the stakeholders in a comprehensive report. Now, while applying G inspection, we need to pay close attention to the following aspects: that the training data is biased, does not have any biases, and that can lead to discriminatory outputs. We need to make sure that the Gen AI we need to evaluate how the Gen AI is arriving at its results and ensure users can understand its reasoning. And we need to identify potential misuse ahead of time and propose safeguards, so that suicide does not happen, or Gen AI does not suggest things that is not right. Now, I'll give you one more concrete example, and that's the automated essay scoring. Say in the Texas, they have already built the software to grade the essays automatically. How do we make sure that it is trustworthy? So the setup phase would be like this. We'll create a team. The assessment team would include AI specialists, engineers, educators familiar with the essay grading rubrics, like how to grade the essays, students, parents, philosophers, ethics experts, government officials, and legal experts. So our team should have all those experts. And then we need to understand the project. The team would delve into GenAI training data, like how essays and their assigned grades, its scoring algorithm, how it evaluates different aspects of writing, like grammar, structure, argument, clarity. Then we'll set up the boundaries and goal of the assessment. Assess phase would look like this, that the team will examine how the GenAI interact with the teachers and if the students will have access to it, also with students. For example, does it provide clear feedback alongside the score? Can the teacher adjust the score if they disagree with the AI evaluation? Will there be any confirmation bias? Confirmation bias means that, if the AI says yes, we tend to say what the AI is saying. So that's called confirmation bias. And the teacher should be empowered to say, no or question what AI is saying. Potential risk could be identified. For example, does the training data favor a specific writing style or background knowledge? Can teachers understand why GenAI is assigning a particular grade? Would GenAI disadvantage students from certain demographic due to biased data? Can it handle exams from special needs students? Or if these will be graded by human, can it sacrifice fairness? Because half of the exams are graded by human, half of the exams are graded by AI. So will that be fair? And then also, asking sustainability question, what would be the cost of this AI system? Is it carbon efficient? In the result phase, we give recommendation. So the recommendation might look like this, that, we can say, retrain the GenAI model with more diverse data set of essays. We could say implement a human in loop system where teachers can review the AI generated score and then provide final grades. And then we can say that develop a transparent explanation system that shows teachers how the GenAI arrived to its evaluation grade. And if we follow this, this grading system would be, more fair, because score will not be influenced by factors unrelated to quality of writing. It would be more transparent because teacher will understand the AI reasoning behind the grades, and it will be more accountable because a human oversight is always there, which will safeguard against errors or biases. And this could promote more trust on that GenAI system and ensure that it is used responsibly to support, but not to replace those human graders. So that's all. There are more resources. We have, if you are interested, you can go to www.zinspection.org, and we have a bunch of papers and other materials there. And if you're interested, you can also contact me, and I would like to take any questions. Yes.
So for any project, how is the team made? Like you said, like, for example,
right,
an AI essay one.
Yeah.
You have teachers, somebody from ethics and all. Where are these people coming from?
So so usually the project starts from the stakeholders. So somebody probably came to you to assess the trustworthiness of your project. It could be somebody who is deploying the project. Say government came to you as an AI expert that, tell me whether this project is trustworthy. So then you start with who is deploying, then you also work with the engineers who build the project, and then who will be using the project or system, like teachers will be using the system, and then who will be impacted? Students will be impacted. So you also need to include student and their guardians. And then since there is issue with policy, you want to also add policy expert so that you can ask. So expert could be added based on need, but you will have some understanding on what kind of expertise I need to understand the working of the AI system, or whether it's following the local policy or legal framework.
So you basically, somebody who is coming to you with the project,
right?
They have to make sure that you will suggest all these people,
right?
And they'll be coming up with, okay,
or we can also include them. We know those people, right? So, yeah. Yes.
So what is your view of generative general AI?
General AI?
Yeah.
What kind of view are you asking for? Like, will it be successful? What should we do about it? Like, what is the real question about?
It's like general intelligence, like someone who knows everything.
No, I understand, but I don't have any opinion about it. I am just looking forward to it.
But you know Jan Lucan, the
Right.
big guy in Facebook,
Mhm.
he doesn't like it. He said even humans are specialized, but there are papers and talks about generative general AI, general intelligence, somebody who knows everything.
Yeah, and somebody can kill humanity as well. So, yeah, we don't know yet. So I'm just looking forward to it. Yes.
Your earlier slide, one of the slides showing the drug discovery. Can you go back to
Right, drug discovery?
you say the drug discovery?
Mhm.
Not that one.
Like, let me go there. I know what you're talking about.
Going
Right.
back more.
Here.
Oh, yeah. Actually, those AI developers, mostly they're working with the medical doctors, to discover drug, whatever. I think that nowadays, Stanford was very famous, some neurology doctor, medical doctor, scientist. So, to get this drug discovery meaningful and more reliable. And they working as a team, those medical doctors and AI, they do not be medical doctors, they could be engineer, could be scientists. So are they working very closely with me?
So usually in this kind of, multidisciplinary research, they do work with those people like who have understanding of how drug discovery work. And then once you found out using AI that some molecules are very, has the potential to be a good drug, they definitely go to the, lab to figure out whether that is really meaningful. And there, those kind of scientists get involved more closely, right? So, but for interdisciplinary research, we definitely talk to scientists who have domain knowledge. And that's probably that should be the ideal practice.
So are you saying the medical doctor will not get involved until very end stage or this stuff?
No, they do sometimes gets involved, but their involvement gets more and more as you find out some more interesting molecule. They can take a look into that, right? So.
One last question, please.
Okay, Z is action.
Right.
It's a non-profit organization.
Right.
But who are the promoter of this center?
We the people who have worked on this, so like us, and then OECD is also included.
Who's the major sponsor of this?
There was no. It was all volunteer. We worked all as a volunteer. Yeah. There is no money. It's like we all want to do good.
It's like
right.
You needed to, because this is try to establish standard.
Right. So
for evaluate the trustworthy of the AI.
Right.
So you needed to have like an expertise or anything. But to me, it's quite vague because how you evaluate AI trustworthy by you don't have a.
So you
don't have very specific design of the system. It's still very, very vague to me.
So basically, we are following some guidelines, right? So we are saying if you are following this, we are trying to evaluate an AI based on these 7 requirements of EU high-level expert groups recommendation, and we are trying to just say if this AI system was deployed in EU country and then you are not following these guidelines, or your system has these use cases where those requirements are violated, or add this thing, then your system will be more trustworthy.
Because the AI is such a widely there's so many topics.
Right.
And for example, manufacturing had their AI, and the enterprise had their AI. What you're talking about actually is really belong to the societal, some kind of thinking, right?
No, this is the practical process. This is not a checklist process. So so Zen inspection itself, we worked on multiple projects together with a lot of experts, and we tried to figure out how we can, walk through the process along with the stakeholders to figure out, whether what will make it more trustworthy to the users or to the developers, everybody else. So it's kind of a participatory process. It's not like a checklist. Oh, I have this and you are done. It's like we discuss with the use case scenario, and if you go through the papers, we have different cases where even through discussion, we figured out that the aim of different group of people is different from the AI system. Say a dermatologist wants to reduce patients that are identified with cancer. On the other hand, say a GP wants to reduce fatality rates. So their aim will be different. So this is, again, this is a participatory process. So Zen inspection is a process on how you can go about whether your project is following a trustworthy design principle or not.
So how long this organization is now?
It started in 2017, and it's still going on.
So you can continue the conversation during lunchtime or dinner time.
A quick question, Jesmin. Can you hear me, Jesmin? Please. Hello? Quick question for Jesmin. Can anybody hear me? Jesmin, can you hear me? I can't hear you, Jesmin. A quick question for Jesmin.
How do I share the, not this one, this one. So how do I share the other?
It was good. I don't know why you changed it. It was good.
Not this. So hi everyone. Good evening. My name is Sindhu Joseph, and I'll be talking about a very intriguing topic today about how the impact of AI on employment. I guess the artificial intelligence is changing all of our lives, and also how we kind of look at how we imagine as work and what is the meaning of work and so on. So all of this is called into question when AI is, kind of prevalent in all over the world. So we will be, kind of establishing all of these conversations in this particular talk. A little bit about my background. So I am the CEO and founder at Cognicore. Cognicore is an AI platform. It's a co-pilot platform focusing on the wealth industry. Like, today in the Amazon, Uber kind of world, the wealth industry is like, kind of left behind, decades old, and how we can create a huge efficiency improvement in the wealth industry and create democratization and access to wealth for more people. So that's really the focus of Cognicore. My background is I have also a PhD in artificial intelligence, but fundamentally I have spent around 15, 20 years building AI solutions. I have been motivated by AI since my childhood, mainly because I was fascinated by human intelligence. Like, how do we kind of create or think about intelligent decisions, and how do we make decisions in our own brain, and that how can we create that artificially? That was kind of the main motivation that I got into this field. So I'm not a particular expert, and I guess nobody is an expert in talking about employment and displacement to work because of artificial intelligence. But I have been thinking about this, the topic of AI for a long time, and I hope that kind of gives me a little bit of understanding of what is to come. So that's really what I'm going to talk about. So we hear a lot of conversations, and in the previous talks as well, like there was a lot of mention of like we cannot really avoid talks about AI, and especially how jobs are getting displaced because of AI. Almost 65,000 job cuts announced in just this April, and the blame is on AI. There is an interesting law that came introduced in Singapore that citizens over 40 are sent back to university to get retrained. I think it's a great proposition, and countries are taking note of that. We also know there are a lot of like copyright issues and challenges between artists and AI. How do you kind of use the content for AI purposes? So there are a lot of ongoing negotiations around that. Finally, whenever there is a chance for increasing your profile and publicity, Elon Musk never shies away from it. So he does chime in and takes the extreme view that AI will replace all human jobs. And we will have universal, not basic income, but high income. Exciting, but like behind all of this news, like, can we peel the covers a little bit and see, whether we can make a little more scientific sense around this. So that's what I would attempt to do today. I guess one of the ways is like, when all of the services is done by AI, like maybe you don't need to, spend a lot of money for getting access to services. Okay, so let's look at generative AI, and I'm sure like, you have heard enough about, the definition and so on, its capabilities. Like you can pretty much generate text, image, videos, music, code, anything that you can kind of think of as for today. So one of the core capabilities of generative AI is basically to generate, as the word suggests. But one thing that we need to kind of note is that it is not able to kind of reason, which is one of the fundamental capabilities that human has, and generative AI yet does not have that. Although I talk about its impact, simulation of reasoning is pretty much very well done. You can simulate the notion of intelligence, not really kind of having it. So for example, if you ask Gen AI what is 2 + 2, it would say 4, but maybe not through kind of a symbolic reasoning. Given that all of these capabilities are pretty here, I just wanted to kind of talk about the impact of this. So one of the key differences from the previous machine learning era to the Gen AI is that, especially like coming from an industry background, the huge impact that it has is that you don't need to have any custom training, which means that you can go into and create an application that is using this capability. So it has already have all of this data that is trained, and you can get predictions and inferences from it in quick time. So previously we used to take around a year to deploy an application, 6 months. Today you can do it in 1 week or 2 weeks. You also have a high accuracy as a byproduct, especially because you have this huge amount of data that has gone into training this. I would refrain from talking about hallucinations and things like that, because a lot of people have talked about it already. But also I'm going to talk about only specific. My assumption for this talk is we are going to use this RAG kind of pipeline, RAG and RAR kind of models. The difference between, I'm sure everybody knows it, but just to kind of reaffirm, RAG model is retrieval augmented generation, which means that we are going to provide the data to give the prediction. So although we use a kind of closed model, the data is not using those internet trained information, but we are going to supply that. And this is what happens mostly in the industry. Like you always have the customer specific data, the corporate specific data that is going into the system to predict the inference, which means that you can provide a lot of explainability, you can provide traceability, all of those things come with that. There are also a couple of new models that has come up, like retrieval augmented reasoning, which is using some of my own work that we have done quite a number of years back on knowledge graphs. Combined with these large language models, you can provide certain kind of symbolic reasoning capability for the large language models. So I'm going to assume that most of the applications are not using the general purpose. Someone asked about what do you think about artificial general intelligence? I think it's a great marketing tool and also can be used as a just to have replace Google search kind of things. But most specific value added applications are going to be within the enterprises, where you have these data that is supplied, which means that you would have in today or in the near future all of the explainability and traceability built into such models. So given this is the context, I just wanted to kind of look at how the history of work has evolved, and can we learn anything from the previous automations, previous waves of automations. So we have gone through industrial revolution, information, internet revolution. And some of the lessons that we can pick up from that is that, there has been huge displacement of jobs, increasingly in shorter spans of time. But there is also a huge amount of job creation. Like, when I remember in my own place when there was, the computers came in and internet came in, there was a socialist protest that was taking all of the computers and throwing it to the ocean and saying that, give us first job, and then you can computerize everything. So that was kind of the approach that we took at that time. And, look at us today, like, most of the jobs are using the internet and computers. So before we shout, like, there is a lot of job displacement, we might want to kind of, think about what are the jobs that are, created using it. So as you can see, my tone of the talk is going to be a little bit positive and optimistic around, what AI can do. In terms of, what we have also learned is that there is a lot of evolution of the job roles. Like, when we started in the industrial revolution, there were a lot of people working in factories, and that kind of changed as, machines took over to a certain extent. So we can expect a lot of, evolution of job roles. May not be, huge display. There might be huge displacement, but there would be evolution of job roles. Is AI revolution any different? One of the, a few things are, hugely different in the, AI revolution versus the previous revolutions. One is the, as you can imagine, the scale and speed. Like, every new, algorithms are, coming out, not in months, not in years, but in days. So there is a huge scale, and because of that, people needs to be reskilled pretty fast. There is the nature of jobs affected. So, every time there is an revolution that happened in the workforce, what was kind of getting displaced was, like, the most manual kind of labor that was getting displaced. But in the AI revolution, it was like kind of a more top heavy, like, things that are more cognitive in nature was getting kind of displaced first, and more, even creative things were getting displaced, or jobs were getting affected. So the nature of jobs that were getting affected is kind of changed in the AI revolution. There is also a huge creation of new jobs. Like, you can imagine the amount of automation, amount of AIification that we need to kind of perform in the, pretty much everything that happens through the internet and through the, like, in the service industry needs to be embedded with AI. So there is a huge number of, jobs that will be created. The second to last thing that to notice that the transformative impact of AI, like, it kind of have a global impact. There is no sector that is, kind of immune from AI revolution. There is no country that is immune from AI revolution. So it's kind of a huge transformative impact is there. And the final point is there is also inequality, as you probably have heard from many other speakers. There is, like, the countries that are, in this case, like, countries that are developed and advanced countries are more exposed to AI, and because of the, the infrastructure that is already developed, and they can get faster productivity, and maybe, there would be inequality differences that with, more less developed countries. So that gap between the countries and places might become huge. There is also other, inequalities between the genders. There is inequalities as also there between the ages. Like, if there is a young person versus an old person, there is inequality. So these are some of the things that might affect the AI revolution differently than other revolutions. So I just wanted to kind of look at also the job categories. What are the job categories that are likely to be impacted, and how they are going to be impacted? So there is two metrics that I really liked that is used to kind of study this. One is the exposure, like, how each job category is kind of exposed to AI. And the other metric is complementarity. So the complementarity metric defines, like, whether even in the even when we use AI, whether social or other reasons force us or prompt us to keep a human in the loop or human in control. So if there is a high complementarity, that means that you might keep the human in control and human in the loop. If there is a low complementarity, that means that this is a job that you would trust AI to take over. For example, if you look at the job of a judge, there is a really good exposure, high exposure for AI to take over a judge's job, because you can input all of the legal literature, rules, and the previous decisions into an AI system and make it predict the outcome. But because there is a high complementarity for this particular job, you don't want an AI system to make a decision, for example, in today's Trump case. So you want the human in the loop in that case. So there is a basically what I'm saying is a judge's job is relatively safe and maybe exciting, because they can achieve more with AI and having that person as well. Some of the other jobs, like call center, contact center, I'm sure nobody is working in those jobs here today, but those are jobs that has a high exposure, because AI can really automate and perform those tasks, and it's already being done today. But also, how many of you like reaching out to a call center, to call a service center for T-Mobile or something like that? Nobody likes, because you have huge wait times, you don't get an expert on the line, and basically the experience is not great. So those are prime jobs for AI to be replaced. You might get a better outcome. People who AI that has expertise in all of those. So those jobs have low complementarity and high exposure. It's likely to be replaced. Coding and software is the other area that has a similar exposure, really has a high exposure, because today, even using GitHub Copilot, you can generate pretty much code for certain segments. If you really define the problem correctly, you can actually get a pretty good code generated. Data analysis is another one, which is AI is really good at predicting patterns and things like that, and getting insights and inference. So those jobs are also high exposure, low complementarity, likely to be have a very high impact. Whereas something surprising is, if you look at house cleaning or cooking or caregiving, or even manufacturing, robotic medicine, those are more manual kind of jobs that have, although it has low complementarity, it has a very low exposure today. Maybe in 10 years' time, the story is going to be different, but today it has a very low exposure. So the impact of AI on displacement of jobs might be less. So on the other extreme, you have high complementarity for somebody like me, and an entrepreneurship job, someone creating a company, because there is a lot of support you can get using AI in automation, so you don't need to hire a lot of people. But if you have a really interesting problem to solve, you can actually get that solved with less number of people and much less cost. So investing little amount of money, you can actually get that problem solved. So my prediction is that there would be a lot more people become self-employed and solving very interesting problems of today. Likewise, sports and entertainment is another category that there is, although high complementarity, there is a human element that everybody likes to have in sports, for example. So those are things that you might keep in the longer term. So this chart is basically to kind of give you an insight of like, where we could, focus on in our like, kind of realigning the industry, where we should focus on in terms of education and things like that. So there is also cross-country differences, like for example, developed nations, as I mentioned, US and UK. I'm not sure why China is not here in this map, but they have a very high exposure to AI because of the high infrastructure, and around 60% of the jobs in these countries would be replaced using AI. Whereas a more developing country will have less exposure to AI. This again, like as things change very, very quickly, this map can, kind of adapt, might also change quite fast. This is where those inequalities also come into equation. In terms of impact on job roles, as I mentioned, there is a huge difference between like, what kind of professionals would be affected, what kind of job roles would be affected more, versus less. So I think I covered much of that in the previous slide, like, how business professionals and managers have a very, very high impact on their roles, because, many of them are used to doing data analysis, creating insights. Those roles, those job functions could be easily replaced using AI. Whereas, something on the like, cleaners and helpers, someone who's like, focusing on the social aspects, caregiving aspects, agriculture, those areas are, little less susceptible to AI's impact. In terms of sectors, I just wanted to highlight some of the numbers here. As you can see, IT has the largest impact. Around 73% of the functions there have impact, can be impacted using AI. And there is only 1% that it does not have an impact. In finance, again, there is around 70, and the least impact is on supply chain, because it's still like, there are parts of it which is not kind of automated. So that's kind of, the sector-wise focus. So I'm going to kind of deep dive a little bit into tech because of the community here. I'm guessing that everybody is like, kind of working in the tech kind of jobs. So some of the functions that are likely to be automated, of course, testing and debugging is one of the easiest kind of tasks that we could automate using AI. First of all, there would be less need for debugging and testing, because if a code is generated using AI, using certain standards that are kind of distributed and crowd-checked, there is less likely chance that you need a lot more testing. So and AI can also test it from a much more standardized perspective, rather than like being dependent on humans. Data analysis, as I mentioned, is a place where like AI can automate a lot of things, especially large language models. Code generation, code optimization, bug detection, all of those can be also functions that can be easily automated. Documentation is, as we can imagine, like, you can give a code and then ask the AI system to make a documentation. Even marketing, like, you can generate a lot of marketing brochure once the, software is being developed, and AI can, basically manage all of those tasks. So you might ask, what are the tasks that humans have remaining or humans have in control? One of them is strategic decision-making, deciding what problems to solve. I think this is one of the jobs that humans will still have control over. And this is where, like, we can use our own intelligence, empathy, and fairness, where we select the right problems to solve. What solutions to pick? I think AI can really help in terms of providing suggestions, but again, a human in the loop would really help in terms of deciding, from those solution suggestions, what is the right solution. Understanding requirements is another area where, like, again, humans can perform much better than an AI system. Finally, we all work within the ecosystem of different stakeholders, like the person who has the requirement, or the the group of people that have the requirements, and someone who's developing these systems. So coordinating people and managing people and AI systems become the work of humans. Communicating and building relationships, basically, like, one of the aspects of building systems and technology is communication. And that also, I think, creating that personal rapport, which will create a uniform base understanding between the teams, is going to be the function of humans. So we are going to kind of look at 3 personas in terms of, like, how each of these are going to fare within the job displacement or job creation categories. So first, I'm going to look at a student joining the industry. And some of the challenges that they have today is the understanding domain knowledge, because, like, one of the once AI is going to fundamentally automate many of the kind of routine tasks, one thing that will differentiate our own intelligence is, like, how can we use domain knowledge to solve problems that are important. So understanding domain knowledge will become a crucial part of the a human's responsibility. And in the student's case, this is a challenge because in universities, you don't teach this kind of domain knowledge very often. AI awareness is another, lack, at least today we have, because not many universities teach the latest models, latest AI technology to students. User experience, again, becomes a hugely important task, because finally, it all comes to, how do you kind of design the system? AI is going to replace the new and become the new UI for every interface. Like, today we have buttons and controls in every systems. It will all be replaced by, for example, like, natural language. So that becomes another UX or UI experience. So likewise, the UI as we experience today in these slides, for example, is going to be hugely different. How do you kind of design such futuristic systems? Also, communication, team working, and empathy, all of those things, like, people who are already in the industry are used to it. A student that is coming into the workforce may not be, like, trained on all of those things. But one of the strong advantages, and I think all students should focus on this, students have over other, like, senior workers, is that, they are already trained as a very strong prompt engineer, because, like, all of the work that they do at school, they take the help of ChatGPT, and they know how to exactly write the best prompt to get the optimized solution. So they come very strong skilled on the prompt engineering roles. And I think that is one interface we use to interact with machines, and it becomes one of their, very strong capability. They are also very agile, and they have quick learning and adaptive capabilities. So those are some of the things that could be used for their advantage. In terms of a different persona, a mid-career professional, their, like, challenges is what are the AI exposure and expertise they don't have a lot of AI exposure and expertise because they have been working in a different paradigm. There is also, as I mentioned, there is a UX paradigm shift to AI and different kind of interactions with systems. So they are not used to it. They're also not used to this, fast pace of development because, the previous state of development had much more, like, even in Google, like, if you look at how people used to release features, like, it used to be once in 3 months, once in 6 months, like it used to go through a lot of control processes. But today, as there is a competition with OpenAI, they are forced to kind of release half-baked systems and they are not used to it. And that's where a lot of errors creep in. So the workforce needs to adapt to this shift in pace. And finally, the mid-career professional also face a thinning middle management layer, which means that, you don't really see the need for a mid-management layer as, AI is, more and more in control. So those are the challenges. I think the opportunity is they have a lot of domain exposure. They understand the domain that they are working on because of the practical experience, and they should use that. And they also understand, how to collect requirements and how to manage that. They also, understand the deployment process. So these are some of the things that are working in favor of them, and they should kind of, go double down on that. Finally, because of my company and the background, and I'm going to take the case of a financial advisor, but this could also be a medical professional or a teacher, anyone who is not in the tech, but working in other industries. Some of the key challenges is they don't have pretty much any AI exposure. In the case of a financial advisor, they are, an aging population and also have not a lot of digital fluency. But they also have a high exposure. Financial advisor is kind of a profession that can be replaced somewhat by an AI system like robo-advisors and things like that. But they have they are also in the high complementarity group, which means that people still like them, have that personal relationship and a human managing the finances. So, they still have that high exposure, high complementarity category. There is also a lack of infrastructure in the industry, in the financial industry, which means that if they want to kind of use AI and get ahead, it is going to be challenging for them. The opportunity is that there is a huge efficiency gain that can be achieved, as well as today the problem is in the US, for example, there is only 30% of the household has a financial advisor. And that's also the reason why there is a huge discrepancy between wealth. So the reason why financial advisors don't kind of go into more households is because they don't have the capacity. So if they take 100 clients, they can't expand to 101 clients because it's such a non-scalable business. But with AI, you can really have that efficiency gain and at the same time have a scale at personalization, which means that they can really scale from 100 clients to 1,000 clients to 10,000 clients. So that is one huge opportunity in front of them. They can also provide better service and better client retention because if they can use AI. So there is a huge opportunity, but these are some of the challenges. So everybody should have one of their kind of key focus on, how to use AI in their profession and at the same time, creating efficiencies in their profession to kind of get ahead of the curve. So that comes to the end of my talk. I just wanted to kind of talk about, what happens a decade from now. The reason why I chose a decade is we had the internet revolution almost 25 years back. And within those 25 years, we were able to kind of, get to a stable state with a prevalent internet infrastructure everywhere. So I guess every technology revolution would take shorter and shorter time. So I'm looking at kind of a decade from now. These are probably quite random, but I just kind of try to imagine, what the world would look like. So we would have, in terms of transportation, autonomous cars, we would have specialized robots for household, farming and manufacturing. So all of those would be like, AI assisted robots. We would have software pretty much, 50% or more, like, automated. Customer service and all of the other, service areas, almost 90% automated. In terms of like, other industries, there would be a huge productivity gain. There would also be a lot of personalized health, finance, and retail, and that would be kind of the norm in the industry. People talked about war previously. I think it would be fought mainly between AI systems. And I haven't written anything about entertainment and sports. I think, it would kind of remain in the control of humans for the next 10 years. We will see what happens after that. So that's so if you look at it, pretty much all of the areas are touched by AI. At least 50% of it is controlled by AI. That leaves a critical question: what will humans do? I believe humans are enterprising and always have been enterprising, resilient to change and innovating. So I think we would find the next frontier to work on. Things like, quantum computing, bio-inspired computing. How do we tackle the question of longevity, like, have perfect health, gene editing, personalized medicine? How do we tackle the next frontiers of space travel? How do we conquer other planets and things like that? So there are no lack of problems to solve, and I think we would, expand our horizon into all of those things. But there is a question remains. When the Industrial Revolution happened, like, a foraging human became a cog in the wheel. So I believe AI is an opportunity for us to rethink that. Do we want to take back our freedom and, control back, or do we want to run faster? That's a question that I would encourage all of you to think, pause and think, and see, all of this time that we gain back, how do we use it? Do we use it for expanding our passion, or do we want to run faster? So with that, I leave you. Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll limit it to just 2 questions. So the discussion can, I know this is a very hot topic. The discussion can continue. We'll have a break after this, and then you can continue the discussion. So 2 questions. So first question.
Your talk is basically focused on people like us, highly educated professionals. That leaves out 80% of the population who don't have the education, who don't have the opportunities, who will get even pushed further aside than they are now. Could you address that issue?
Yeah, I'm very aware of that. There is 80% of the population that left behind. I believe as internet, like, I come from India. I spent my growing up years, around 10-15 years in India. I lived in Barcelona in Europe for around another 10 years and moved to the US. So I have seen kind of the global, how the situation around the globe. And I have seen this disparity quite a bit. But one thing that I have been surprised pleasantly is the changing pace. So when I moved from Barcelona to here, we were driving through one of the highways, and we had to pay for a toll. We stopped and gave the card. This was 6 years back in San Francisco, somewhere in San Francisco. They said, no cards, you have to pay in cash. So we didn't have any cash. And instead of paying $5, we got a bill to our mail box for $25. And this is in the middle of the Bay Area, like, the Silicon Valley innovation is happening. If we go back to India today, like, you will see as we walk through the immigration control, our face is recognized, and we are able to buy things through WhatsApp, order even fish, and it would reach. If I forget something from my house on the way back to work, I can just call a service and say, like, I forgot something at my home. Can you please bring it? And somebody will bring it. So the pace at which innovation happened in India, which is kind of like, a huge country with a lot of, around, 60% of the people do not have a laptop, were much, much faster than here. Why? Because we all had a mobile and we could access. So we kind of jumped directly from that industrial revolution to the mobile revolution. I feel AI revolution will further kind of, bring close people, reduce that gap rather than increase that gap. We will have more and more opportunities for those people that are probably left behind so far. That's my personal view, but could be different. Yeah, I am. Yeah. Yes, yeah, one more, yeah.
You have been asking too many questions.
Yeah.
Let us give a chance to somebody else. Right.
Yeah.
There was a lot of talk about how automation will be done, but at the end of the day, all these services are focused or towards a human. And as a human, we always want that humanized touch. You think all the progress given, even after 20 years, will they be able to give that humanized touch? Because I speak with ChatGPT, might be, to half a year, 3 months, 4 months. But then at the end of the day, I know this was just a robot talking, and I would like to, interact with a human. So there is always that humanized touch, but will the AI be able to give that?
Yeah, so your question, I think the answer is like, kind of, there are two sides to the answer. So one is, yes, AI would be able to personalize. In some of the work that we are doing, we provide, we analyze a client household from all angles. We are able to name the pet for that household in an instance. And also like in all of their recreational activities, did they play golf yesterday and things like that. So you are using AI. AI is like really, really capable of personalizing the service for you. And that's what the, one of the main focus for the next couple of decades would be, how can we personalize service using AI? But on the other hand, you are also right in terms of like, even with all of those, one thing that make us human is our limitations. So we would probably crave for our limitations. Like, AI is probably too perfect and you want to talk to somebody who can create, error or have faults. And that imperfections become our identity. And, we would kind of, want to have that human experience with other humans. So I think there is, that's why I talked about that complementarity map, where, some of the activities we really want to have that human in control, human in the experience. So those would remain, but there are some things that we never want to do, like, kind of, sitting in a call center 24/7, like, you don't want to do that. So I think those things might change, and, you only would have service those people that have complex issues by a human. So that's my take on it. Yeah.
So we'll felicitate the speakers to the Slack. I request, we have today with us the Region 6 Director of IEEE, Joseph Wade. I request Joseph to please come forward and felicitate the speaker to the Slack.
Cool, awesome. Thank you for coming back and staying with me. My name's Yang. I'm a professor of the Computer Science Engineer Department at UC Santa Cruz, not too far away. And I've been interested in working on trustworthy machine learning, and most recently on the trustworthy language models. As we were just discussing, I think this definition for being trustworthy is very can be very vague. So hopefully my goal is to use first half of the talk to identify something more concretely for what we mean by trustworthy and what we mean by a model is trusted. All right, so I want to revisit a lot of the questions in the trustworthy discussions. And the second half of the talk, I'll be quick too. I really want to introduce an approach that improve the trust of language models by unlearning. So right now, we are all focusing on the questions about learning. Everything's about learning, but I actually want to talk about the practice of unlearning. How do you ask the model to forget something that they shouldn't remember, right? I think my motivating slides were almost unnecessary. We saw all the slides already with the Rebel ChatGPT's AIGCs. We have been seeing a lot of cool applications, and those applications go beyond just question answering. Okay, so we saw people using ChatGPT or GPT models in general to build personal assistant, to help doctors diagnose, to help programmers program or debug, right? So the hypes were really high. So we're in Silicon Valley, we know what it means. But on the other hand, very soon people realized ChatGPT models or other language models, they have limitations. Many often the outputs cannot be fully trusted. So this is the news about if you use ChatGPT or other models to make travel plans, sometimes the output travel plans, they look legit, but they're infeasible, right? Some recommended connectings never exist. Right, so that triggers a lot of question about how do we build a trust between human users and ChatGPT models? And on the other hand, how do we improve the functionalities of language models so they can be more trusted? And this whole discussion of building a safer, more responsible, and more trusted language models has been very trendy. So bigger players like OpenAI, Anthropic, among many other companies, they have been investing heavily into the study of making the model safer, more robust, more trusted. Even the government. So this was 2023 October. The government issued an executive order that requires the building, or at least like the development of artificial intelligence and very specifically AIGC models, language models, to be safe, secure, and trustworthy. I had the same question when I was talking to people earlier on. What do you mean by trustworthy? That was exactly the question we were asking, and we were all confused. So this was an effort we started in. We started the projects. It was pretty ambitious projects that was incepted in 2022, and by 2023 we were able to complete the paper. Through going through all the applications, the parties of interest, as well as the model's abilities, case studies, identify the vulnerabilities, we try to summarize the considerations into 7 major dimensions. When we talk about language model being trusted, we hope at least we should talk about 7 dimensions, where the 7 dimensions covered actually 29 subcategories of considerations. So I'll go through some of them, but if you search the paper, that we have a figure that summarizes these 7 we'll call pillars. And within each of the pillar, you're going to find some of the metrics or some of the studies we hope that people will be able to pay attention to. Furthermore, I think in order to validate the proposal, or in order to validate the study, at the end of the paper, we also develop a evaluation pipeline. So we actually talk about how do you construct questions, test data, so that you can perform automatic auditings or automatic evaluations of, for example, the fairness of the models. So I'll give you one example shortly after. But one negative takeaway is throughout the paper, we have been testing ChatGPT, GPT-3, among many other models. So far, those models at the time don't fully fulfill the promises that people were hoping. The things get better now with GPT-4 and Mistral models, Llama 3. A lot of the questions I'll be talking about are largely gone, but many of them are still remaining. Apparently, I won't have time to. I think we had a very thoughtful discussions, a lot of debates. That was great. So I think I'll try to control my time for this presentation. So my goal is not to go through all 7 categories, but to give you some examples. I think the foremost thing we're concerned when we're using ChatGPT models is reliability. So everybody, regardless how you want to use the models, you want the outputs to be reliable. Okay? And being reliable also means different things. We have been seeing a lot of case studies that show ChatGPT models or large language models, they can create misinformations and even more so hallucinations, right? This was also the first time I learned hallucination is actually different from misinformation, which I always thought they are the same thing. But I give you an example to highlight the difference. So misinformation can be caused by many different things, bad data, wrong memory, so on and so forth. But hallucination, it has to be something that was made up entirely. So testing the hallucination language models turns out to be extremely hard because you don't really know what actually causes the model to output something that doesn't make sense. In the paper, we actually give you a way to test the hallucination models in a slightly more rigorous way by constructing the questions that we know that do not exist on the internet, right? So in this example, we're asking the question, in which year Jean Francois was the president of Paris? Okay, and this was the answer from actually ChatGPT. And the colors indicate the confidence. So if you read through the colors, if the color is greenish, the confidence is higher. So ChatGPT was actually able to answer the question very confidently, at least according to itself. But Jeff is our colleague. He has never been involved in any political participations or any political events at France. He was actually from Luxembourg. And so those type of questions exist. And even more so, even if the model was able to answer the question correctly, we do observe a lot of inconsistencies and miscalibrations. Sometimes if you ask a question again in a different session, or if you ask a question again by a different user, they can give you contradicting answers. And this example sort of highlights to miscalibration or sycophancy. Miscalibration refers to that the model sometimes they are wrong, but they don't really know. They are confidently wrong, which is going to cause more trouble, especially if you're thinking about you are trying to solicit the confidence from models to help you evaluate how much you should trust the model. And this is largely infeasible, at least according to our study. Reliability is a big dimension that we really want to improve the model upon. And safety too, I think this is not surprising. Probably people are a little bit more familiar with the safety issues. And the models are known for generating contents that are violent, unlawful, giving unlawful recommendations, producing contents that are harmful to minors, and privacy violations too. So in these examples, I think this was GPT-3, and even a little bit the earlier version GPT-4. If you're asking for illegal devices, they were actually able to give you very carefully designed illegal devices. For example, how do you escape from the crime scene, or how do you illegally purchase a subject? So they were able to do this. I think with a lot of efforts now, if you type to GPT now, they pretty much stopped responding in this way, but that was early 2023. The models can also be misused in a more advanced manner. So we didn't know this before, again, until 2022. And we realized there was actually a business, or there was interest of using GPT models to automate the generation of propaganda information. So the spreading or the propagation can be more convenient. And we also realized hackers can use, and we found cases too, can use GPT models to write codes to perform cyber attacks, right? Just ask models, write me a code that will break this website. 2 years ago, the model can do this. And sometimes we also find cases where people can, if they want, use models to solicit copyright protected information. So I'll give you one example later. So if you keep asking GPT models, you'll be able to read the entire Harry Potter book for free. The last thing I want to mention is this is probably less obvious to people, but we do believe in order for the model to be trusted in the long term for our society, we want the model to be emotional, a little bit emotional, and to be following the social norm. So we want the model to be aware of the emotions when they answer the questions, especially when people are trying to seek support, so on and so forth, right? We have actually seen many of these examples. When you ask the questions in the earlier versions of the models, their answers are very honest. right? Like, for example, I remember I was asking question, hey, I want to go to graduate school, but my family want me to work. What do I do? And then the model was like, you should listen to your family. So being very emotionless to just give you the recommendation. The model is probably correct, but we want the model to be more empathetic. And I didn't have the slides before, but when I was listening to the talks, I realized people are actually interested in formalizing the protocol or the procedures of testing the trustworthiness. Even if you define them, how do you validate them and how do you test them? So this is one example I just copy pasted from the paper where we provided a framework or pipeline that tells people there are ways for you to automate the auditing procedures for, say, the bias distribution learning models, right? You can largely rely on the models to identify existing stereotype biases. Then once you identify the stereotype bias, you can further construct multiple questions that involve or solicit these biases in the answers. And by doing this, you'll be able to construct some questions that is relatively biased. And then by asking the models and asking models to select which answer you believe is the right answer, we'll be able to test the best, to quantify the bias level of the models. So this is just one example of testing the fairness of language models. We have about 10 different templates in the papers. So feel free to check it out. And a lot of these discussions happened in earlier 2022. I think even OpenAI in their tech report, they acknowledged that about 6 months before the release of ChatGPT, they actually been focusing on this task, so-called alignment. So they have been dedicating a team to perform alignments to language models to make sure the models will be removing harmful responses and will be raising copyright contents, reducing hallucinations, among other things. So this is and all this key studies we have gone through kind of like re-highlight the importance of performing alignments for large language models. How does OpenAI do so? The method that was implemented by OpenAI is called RHF, reinforced learning from human feedbacks. It consists of 3 steps to make the model safer. The first step is by collecting some human-written template answers. So this is called instruction fine-tuning. So they will use this like template data to fine-tune the model, so the model become better at following instructions. After step 1, you will go to step 2, where they will train so-called reward model that is trained from the pairwise preference data. So for each of the question, you have a good answer, you have a bad answer, and then you train a model to learn which answer is preferred by human. And using the reward model, you are going to do the final fine-tunings or alignments. So at the last step, the model will go through multiple different questions, generating multiple different responses. And using the second step, you can tell the model, okay, this is a good answer, do more, and this is a bad answer, stop doing this. So by going through the 3 steps, they were able to align the model to be much safer. And all the most of the safety questions I was asking earlier were pretty much gone in the newer versions of GPTs. This method is great, but when we saw this method, the question we were asking is, can we do this faster? This whole procedure not only is computationally slow, you actually need GPU cards and you need experts to actually run these algorithms in 3 different steps, and you need human efforts to label the data and read the data. So to go through the whole procedure, even for a company, it will be relatively slower. And the question I was having is, can we do something that is more responsive? So think about the alignment is the guard, but we need a first responder. And the solution we came out is called unlearning. So to describe the things, we want a solution that as long as the model is aware of some negative or undesired data, we hope the model realizes that it learns unwanted behaviors or misbehaviors in the pre-training stage. We want to unlearn them just with the samples. No instructions, no preference data, no reward model trainings. You tell me today you have 10 data cases which are bad. I'm going to unlearn them for you, right? And the more we think about the unlearning, the more we think this makes sense. Like all the alignment questions we were listing earlier, if you rephrase them, they're all pointing to forgetting about something. If you want to remove the harmful concepts, you're essentially asking the model to forget about these hateful speeches or this harmful keywords, so on and so forth. You want to erase the copyright contents, you're asking the model to forget about the impacts of the book covers which are copyright protected. You want to reduce hallucinations. You want the model to forget about the wrong facts. So all these alignment questions are about forgetting.
You are doing this at a pre-training stage, right?
We can do this at pre-training as well as post-training.
So if you do the pre-training, then you never learn to forget.
Yeah, so this is a great question. So I'll come back to this at another slide. But yeah, so we want to build a framework instead of saying, okay, you need to prepare me a set of data, a set of engineer, a set of algorithms, and I'll perform batch alignments for you. So just as OpenAI does. I want a solution where the model is ready, the model is online. Day one, 10 example came, users say, I don't like these answers. Let's just remove the impacts of this 10 data without further waiting. And next day, another 5 came, let's do unlearning for this 5. Day 3, another 5 come, let's do this for the 5. So we really want a flexible procedure that has a pre-trained model ready, and whenever you receive a negative or undesired data, it will be performing the unlearnings, after which a few steps of tunings, the model will be stopped generating the harmful or undesired answers. So this is the pipeline of unlearning. And pretty much, I just want to summarize why we need a new concept. We have RHF, OpenAI is happy, Anthropic is happy, government is happy, society was more or less happy. So why do we need a new concept for this? I think as a practitioner, when we're trying to deploy alignment, when we're trying to improve the safety language models, we find collecting positive sample is extremely hard. Right? You tell me for this answer, you don't really like, for this question, you don't really like the answer, but what would be a good answer? And furthermore, what would be the better answer? And what would be the best answer? So to collect the positive templated golden branches answer is hard. Often bigger companies, they have a dedicated team with hundreds of people to go through the questions, write helpful comments. This is actually interesting employment opportunities, but for smaller forces or for academia, this is very much not really affordable. And to think about this, this is not really a direct treatment either, because the goal is to ask the model to stop outputting something. The goal is not to teach the model to say something else, right? So telling the model, by collecting positive examples, by allowing model to say this, is not the first goal of doing this. The first goal is to stop generating the harmful contents. So there's a small deviation in the solutions and the concept. And as I said, collecting negative samples is easy. It's passively happening already. So OpenAI interface, you have some up, some down already. This is how they actually collect the feedback from people. And immediately, every day, they have millions of traffic coming to the system, tells them, okay, this is the answer people don't really like. So collect undesirable data is much, much easier. And for many companies, during the development cycles of large language models, we often have the red teaming procedure where you either have people or models to keep asking questions to identify the vulnerabilities. And by doing this, you are also naturally collecting a lot of negative examples for the model to unlearn. So this is a highly autonomous procedure that can be automated. All right. To summarize, we only want to improve model safety using negative examples. We want a fast procedure. We want to be efficient. We don't want to wait. We don't want to do this at batch size, no batch alignments. Do this at data level, instance level. As I said, I think we envision the cases of unlearning is going to be for cases where you have limited resource, either in terms of computations or time. And this procedure evolves in highly dynamic environments. I think this is very much true when you're thinking about using large language model for internet services. When you're using a model on internet, user policy changes not on daily basis, but on weekly basis. User population changes, user perception changes, the social norms changes too. So in these highly dynamic environments, we don't want to repeat the alignment procedures. We don't want to do retrainings of models, which are costly. So we want this procedure. And when the priority is to stop generating harmful output. So again, as I said, if you can afford to collect positive data, good data, and bad data, you should do alignments. But when the priority is to stop generating harmful concepts, unlearning will be a very cheap alternative. This is an example. This is a real example. So the question was made up by us. We're asking about an NBA player who is a fake. So we're pairing first name, last name to make up fake players. So for this question, we know it was a hallucination. The model, I think this was one of the models published by Meta, and it was actually giving the answers for this player, which we know doesn't exist. And our goal is to, if we find these cases, and if user reported this player doesn't exist, or this answer is bad, we want to put this question back to the model again, perform unlearning, such that the model will say, I don't really know the answer. And going forward, I think to that question, we really envision unlearning can be a very organic component that goes into different components of the development cycle, so like large language model. So we have gone to the white part, a lot of alignment questions, privacy, copyright, bias removal. Those will be unlearning. The concept of unlearning will be useful, but also unlearning can happen at different stages, at pre-training stages, at the post-training alignment stages, at the post-hoc adjustment stages. So the multiple possibilities of talking learning components to ask the model to forget about something. There will be a difference about how deeply the model is forgetting. Is model really forgetting, or is this model pretending to forget? But from the user's experience, I think at the first trial, this is roughly okay. And I think I'll, due to the interest of time, I'll skip the. Maybe let's do this. Okay, it's not in the end. It's not too technical. So we really think about unlearning should have the following formulations. The basic idea is that you want to operate. You have some data D. That was the data you use to train models, and you identify a subset of data which we call DF, the data you want to forget. So ultimately, you have a model that is trained from D, but hypothetically, you want a model that is trained only on the remaining ones, D/DF, right? Pretending that you never saw DF, that would be the ideal model you want to do. And then the definition is the same. So the goal of unlearning rigorously is that if the algorithm never saw the forget data you want to forget, this is the outputs from the algorithm. As compared to the algorithm saw the data already, it was trained, but you know which data you want to forget. So counterfactually, if you can have an unlearning procedure that takes these elements as inputs and then back out the counterfactual model that never, as if it never saw the data. It turns out there's a theory about this. You can actually do this. The basic idea is that in order to, so here I'm using state new to denote the models you want to, that was a new model, you want to remove the impacts of forget data. And the theta was the original model that was deployed already. So it turns out you don't need to retrain the model to do this. You can't, there's actually interesting statistical method that allow you to estimate the difference between the two models counterfactually when they're different by some data points. So this is called the influence estimations. The influence estimation is a method that tells you, without retraining models, how do you check or how do you estimate the difference between different models if they differ in something in the data? And this is the equation. The other part is not important, but if you write an equation, we realize when you do the estimation, counterfactual estimation without retraining, you realize to compute this, you have to compute a matrix called H. Not only H, you need to compute the inverse of H, where H is the Hessian matrix computed at the losses of the model, and it's a Hessian matrix with respect to the model parameters. And this is the trouble. So imagine I'm not even using ChatGPT. I'm using OPT, which is a much smaller model, 1 billion parameters. Now this matrix is at the size of 1 billion by 1 billion. So it's a gigantic matrix you never be able to really process. And taking the inverse of this matrix is also almost impossible.
What is L?
L is the loss functions. Loss function, the losses. So to summarize, I think our goal is to find a method for unlearning that is able to remove the impacts of the undesired data, but at the same time, we want the model to preserve utilities, and we want a generalization that is able to generalize to some data you never saw before, but have similar harmful concepts. And most importantly, low cost. No trainings, no computations of this gigantic matrix. We have a development method that's based on this notion of grading ascent. So for people who are familiar with machine learning, you must heard of grading descent, which is a way to learn. So the intuition is very simple. Descent allows you to learn. What about we do ascent? Right? Is this the reverting the procedure going to ask the model to unlearn? Turns out it's not that easy. So grading ascent was a starting point. We realized it's pretty cool. Just to give you an example, simply if you do grading ascent, it's not entirely unlearning, but it was able to push the most likely tokens to the bottom. So the models with generating the tokens or generating the answers, they will disprefer the previous tokens they were using. So ascent is a way to at least artificially forget about something.
That will also impact the other way around for the right samples too.
Yes, that's great. That's a great question. So unlearning, grading ascent is very harmful because it will bring damage to other tasks. So I'll skip this one. And then one trick we added to grading ascent is by adding what we call a stability term. So here, not only we're doing ascent on the forget examples, but for each of the forget questions, we are randomly pairing the question with the safer answer. The answer is not necessarily the best answer. It's an irrelevant answer. It's a randomly sampled from the data set on a similar topic. So by doing this, we are not only asking model to forget about something, we are also asking model to learn something new. So very much the way I think about how myself forget about my education, right? Not only you're asked to forget about things, but more you learn the other things, you start to forget about the previous things. So we do have stability term that tells model, okay, you're gonna forget about this one, but also learn a little bit towards this better one. And it turns out this one is helping us to preserve the normal utility because the model not only learns to forget about something, but still keeps the ability to speak correctly in terms of grammar and everything. Very good question. Yeah, as you can see, we suffer from a lot of troubles. These are the earlier trials. Not only these are the bad questions we can unlearn, so they will stop outputting anything interesting, but also for the normal questions, the model lost the ability of speaking entirely. So there's a lot of stability things we need to do. Yeah, I think I'm running out of time, but yeah, so in short, we do propose a grading-based unlearning procedure that is just as if you're doing grading descent for learning the language model. So we have a backward unlearning procedure that involves multiple terms to help the model forget something, but help the model to remember the right thing and also to stabilize the grammar. So the model is still speaking something that is legit. I'll give you one example. Okay, so this is the example where we tested the unlearning approach on a safety data set. So this is a data set that has a lot of questions, I think about 30K questions, and each of the questions solicits some dangerous answers from the models. For instance, some of the questions can be, how do I make it red light called suffer? Okay, and the models can actually give this stepwise instructions about making something suffer. And we think the way to remove the outputs for this one is by applying the unlearning procedure, and the last two columns were the outputs, and the model successfully forgot about things, and we plug in a template outputs that tells the model that I cannot. One more before I'm gone. There's another one we're trying to reduce the copyright leakage. So this one, we did experiments on a Harry Potter book. So interestingly, even for many smaller open source models, they saw Harry Potter before. They read all the Harry Potters. Right. So the first columns are the questions. If you just give one paragraph of Harry Potter, the answers will give the next paragraph. So if you keep asking, you will be able to read Harry Potter. That's the way you read Harry Potter. But after unlearning, pretty much the model realized that for Harry Potter, it would not know. The original outputs was something that is more irrelevant, but in order to make the presentation easier, I just replace them with the templates answers with I cannot say so. Very interesting. Yeah, so I'm concluding my talk. So as I said, I think we're motivated by alignments and we're trying to do better. And effectiveness, we are able to remove the undesired outputs, but compared to OpenAI RHF, our unlearning is actually much cheaper. It's about 2% of the computational power and time required to do all the things I just listed. All right, thank you for your attention, and I'll just end here because we're out of time. But I think alignment is still very important. A lot of efforts are being devoted. We're trying to think about what else we can do and what else we can do cheaply to improve the models.
We use DPO right now. So are you aware of DPO method for
DPO? Yes, we are aware of DPO.
Do you have like your method somewhere repository we can try out?
That's a very good question. So for DPO, we do have it connections. First off, DPO still requires paragraphs data.
Yeah.
So for your answer, you need a good answer, bad answer. Right. But there's a transformation of DPO where you break the sigma function into a linear function. You can break the positive term out from the negative term. Okay. So if you do that transformation, it has a very similar format as unlearning, because you're essentially doing grading decent on the negative samples and then doing grading decent on the positive ones. That's a very good question. Relevant to DPO, there's another paper called IPO, which actually does this transformation.
Excuse me. Can you do?
Please.
Can you do federated unlearning?
Federated unlearning. Oh, that was a great question. Can you do federated unlearning? That should be the next paper. I tend to say yes, but I don't know. That's a great question. So federated unlearning, can you do unlearning locally so you can put the changes to the server? This will be shared across all the clients. That'd be awesome.
Professor Lee, quick question.
All right. So again,
Professor Lee, quick question.
This will be my contact information. If you have questions or require some more detailed technical information, codes, everything, feel free to email me. I'll be happy to grab another chat.
Professor Lu, quick question. Professor Lu. Professor Lu.
And I request I
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ruksana, and I'm going to be talking about creating an equitable healthcare ecosystem. I'm a neuroscientist, social entrepreneur, and I have my own consultancy called Neve Healthcare. where I focus on providing advisory services to the healthcare industry on ethical and responsible AI and helping them navigate the complex intersection of healthcare, AI, business, ethics, and combine all of them. So this is the general outline of the talk. We'll discuss the opportunities, the current landscape, the challenges that we have, the best practices, governance, ethics, etc., and also include health equity, because I think that's very important when we are talking about general health as well as population health. And I'll end with a business case for ethical and responsible AI, and throughout I'll use use cases. So these are really very exciting and interesting times in artificial intelligence and machine learning in the last couple of years, especially since COVID hit. So these are some of the opportunities that AI in general has in healthcare. So in direct healthcare for individual health, for example, we see the impact a whole lot in diagnosis. For example, in medical imaging, in treatment delivery, in medication management, for example, insulin pumps, even in behavioral health, mobile health. And in terms of health systems, what we see is medical practice. You have applications in clinical settings. It's used in clinical decision support, diagnostic support, risk management, training, and even in precision medicine. I think we discussed, a previous speaker did discuss that. And from the back-end view, the healthcare management, we have HR functions, financial functions, patient flows, and fraud detection, coding, etc. And health data is huge, especially in electronic health record systems, in the data sets. And in patient interface, especially with telemedicine and PHI portals. In pharmaceutical industry, we see that in clinical trial support, and this came to big in the forefront with the COVID-19 vaccines, its distribution, how the mRNA vaccines were created. And in drug discovery, the impact of drug on its targets, in drug safety, in process optimization, and one of my favorites, the population health management, in monitoring and prediction in epidemiology, in disease spread, we can monitor those, and as well as population risk management. And with AI, we can really target all these interventions with particular populations, with particular areas. Hopefully, and we have heard in the past too with several of the speakers, we all hope that this amount of AI intervention would be able to democratize decision-making. And finally, reduction in healthcare costs, especially in the US. So let's look at one example of generative AI. This is in the company called Epic. So in a polling, 75% of healthcare leaderships, they say they plan to or already are utilizing generative AI in their organizations. Epic, in partnership with Microsoft, uses GPT-4 to integrate AI into its electronic health record systems. Now, for you, Epic is a huge health IT company. So it's sells software to healthcare providers, small and big, and it's tailored to address various aspects of healthcare from the front end to the back end. Since I'm not so used to using Apple products. So, and since AI is so good at looking at different trends and searching and regurgitating that data, it's very lucrative to integrate it with generative AI into the clinical workflow. It frees up a lot of time for clinicians and other healthcare workforce. focus, and they can really focus on their clinical duties. So, and this is mostly used. And this is the use case where it's being tested in clinicians are able to draft responses. You get messages with patients, and the clinician and the clinical workforce is used to draft these responses, and it does boost productivity and improves patient communication because they are able to now automate certain things, and especially this drafting of letters, and spend more time with their patients. The second use case is also that providers can use natural language to query patient data. And depending upon what you're querying it about, the search criteria, it can recommend different metrics, for example, make new discoveries, or if a health system is so inclined to see the financial trends. In the initial health system rollout, and this was just barely a year ago, and it was automate draft responses to patient messages. And these were some of the big health systems that the hospitals and healthcare systems that wanted to roll these out in combination with Epic and Microsoft. Another example is Houston Methodist. They are testing a generative AI-backed coding app from Epic that scans clinicians' notes to suggest likely diagnosis and procedure codes.
The coding app is not software code, right? It's EHR code.
EHR, the billing codes. Billing codes, diagnostic codes. These are very tricky to do. Now, to get the scale of what this is, Epic accounts for close to 50% of the market in the US, which is half of all the healthcare spending here in the US, which is 2.1 trillion. They have a record for 300 million Americans using medical records. So when you go into my chart, when you go into Epic, that's what they are. So 3/4 of us in this room are using Epic or come under their umbrella. So just in this past year, there have been over 150,000 notes drafted in Epic's EHR software using ambient technology. And remember, this is only with the limited number of systems that we have that was there in the previous slide. Mayo Clinic did another one early in 2023, I think, where they rolled out very similar one with using Epic, and it did save 1,500 hours per month in nurses' drafting, time drafting messages. Epic, from their executives, know that they have 60 use cases in development, not just what was discussed here. And that includes billing chatbots, tools to create denial appeal letters, emergency department discharges, things that are very time consuming in a hospital setting. But it's not all peachy, is it? So back in February, just to highlight how vulnerable our healthcare systems are, let's take the ransomware attack, which happened in February, and it happened to subsidiary of United Health, which is called Change Health. So it processes over 15 billion medical transactions annually, accounting for nearly 1/3 of US patient records. This is, again, just one company. Now, they paid a ransom of $22 million, but compared to the $372 billion they brought in revenue last year alone, this is a very small sum. However, because of that ransomware attack in February, United Health's Optum unit, they shut down the data clearinghouse that serves US medical providers. So 131 million patients were affected and nearly 67,000 pharmacies. causing some financial distress to all of them. From a consumer standpoint, however, this has huge impact. Unlike, when you are having financial ransomware attacks like the Equifax hack that consumers can remedy with changes in their credit reporting and financial accounting numbers, health data is very personal and it is permanent and it cannot be repaired. So why do we need ethics in healthcare? When we adhere to certain guidelines, it makes AI, the use of it, safe and responsible. Healthcare breaches, like we just saw, occur at an alarming rate, and we do need certain level of responsibility to safeguard from data breaches, from privacy concerns, as well as improve quality of care. And hopefully when we are adhering to all these things, we do promote health equity, or at least not exacerbate the inequities that already exist. And ethics will also help mitigate the bias and unlock value responsibly, reduce costly fixes to algorithms, and create friendly, trustworthy systems. I read a report recently which says 71% of surveyors were very distrustful of AI, which I think even in this room, we can feel that vibe a little bit. So it'll eventually hope that it'll help improve the human existence. So now who should care about AI in ethics, AI ethics in healthcare? I think all of us, starting with the healthcare personnel, clinicians, nurses, other staff, definitely the patients. We are the consumers after all. Developers. AI is only as good as its designers, its engineers, and the data itself that it is trained and tested upon. And those who create the algorithm probably are key to understanding the unique challenges that healthcare data comes from. So you need to know, for all these developers, do you know where these data come from? Is it just from one data source? Which means that it's definitely not longitudinal. It needs to come from a variety of them. Do you have the appropriate relevant data to train and test the algorithm? Have you thought through the various implicit and explicit biases that happen? We all have biases. I have them, you have them. We just need to think through them. So these can just creep into all ours. So is your algorithm inadvertently violating any laws or privacy? Definitely businesses, which includes all these healthcare businesses, as well as VCs and different kinds of funders. We need to know what we are funding and that it is completely ethical as far as possible, as well as regulators. I'm going to say, spacebar. So yeah, okay, let me see. So this is a study or a case study on the United Health Optum unit about when good intentions backfire. So Optum is a commercial algorithm that guides health system in risk assessment and decision making. What they do is, how they do it is by identifying patients with the highest need who need extra care. For example, patients who are living with chronic diseases like diabetes, heart diseases, etc. So what the algorithm does is it assigns them a rank as to who needs additional care, such as extra assistance or home care visits, help manage their medications, support coordinating doctor visits, and it is all based on risk scoring. So patients with higher risk score are assigned more care. But this is not exactly what happened. Black patients who were sicker were assigned the same level of risk by the algorithm as healthier white patients, resulting in Black patients receiving less care for the same exact condition. So how did that happen? So we all know about the use of proxies. So the algorithm relied on past medical use as a proxy for health to predict patients' future health costs. Then use the cost to rank their medical needs. So now we know historically health spending on Black patients is low and compared to white patients, giving healthier white patients an edge. And this is based on a variety of reasons. Black patients for a variety of reasons, some of which are due to factors affected by the social determinants of health, seek less care, and which results in lower costs for them. But since Optum's algorithm used medical spending as a proxy to actual health needs, it ranked white patients with fewer chronic diseases and healthier the same as sicker Black patients. In effect, the algorithm prioritized care for white patients versus Black patients. This is an example of algorithm bias due to use of incorrect labeling in the model, which resulted from a lack of understanding of social determinants of health, led to this kind of use. And particularly troubling is because this United Healthcare's insurance unit is the biggest one in the nation by revenue. They did fix it. So now here's a positive case study. This is the Koa Health. It's a digital mental health company that provides a range of mental health care services, and it is in 60 countries. So they knew the value of building trust with their customers. So they built an ethics strategy right from the very start. They were really committed to external audit. So they used a company called Ethicas to run their audit for them. And based on that, they did substantial guidance documents and conducted lots of trainings. And they found that their algorithm did have bias, and they took extreme measures to address these biases. That is their paper. And their rigorous example has a 7-step process to assess fairness in this algorithm. I'm having some more trouble with. Yeah. Step 1 is a contextual analysis. They do a mapping of user population, that it is the right population. And prioritizing protected groups. And selecting algorithmic fairness metrics. And calculating the selected algorithmic fairness metrics. There are several tools available online and from University of Chicago as well, which can be used in that. They analyze these results and interpret it using qualitative information and mitigating bias as they arose. This is a really positive case study. So they have, there's another paper written by them on the foundations of fairness in digital health apps. So the picture of healthcare is not complete without at least the mention of social determinants of health. So what are they? So World Health Organization defines them as conditions in which people are born, grow, live, and age. And we know now that up to 60% or even more of a person's health is determined by SDOH. So plenty of research exists that shows that the population health measures by infant mortality, and life expectancy depends on the factors that are shown here, such as unemployment rates, gun violence, alcohol, and insurance coverage as well, rather than medical intervention as such. So medical services is actually contributes to a smaller fraction of an individual's health outcome, and SDOH has 2 times the effect of medical intervention. So how can AI ML help in addressing improvements in addressing the social determinants of health? Since we have such a large amount of data, we can have data-driven responses to develop recommendations for data collection, as well as addressing data shortfalls, especially in disadvantaged communities. We can have precision medicine, and which means individualized treatment. Now we have treatments for sickle cell anemia. Improve healthcare supply chain. Retail industry has been very well ahead of it. Healthcare is now catching up. California has particular measures in this as well. And link healthcare systems with the community they serve. They are an integrator of information on community health characteristics available to healthcare providers. They can use existing data sets to identify patients who are affected by adverse SDOH. And so what are the mitigation and best practices in governance when it comes to healthcare AI? It starts with clearly defining your goals. Be very precise as much as possible. So what is the goal of the algorithm? Who's the target user of the model output? Who's the beneficiary? Is there an intervention that already exists? And what is the desired outcome following this particular intervention? Is this a problem worth solving? And do you have the resources necessary to complete it? There are always barriers and limitations. Recognize them. And another key important thing is to include all stakeholders. And if there is one thing that helps in mitigating biases in any kind of algorithm is the diversity and having a multidisciplinary team. A healthcare team should have an ML engineer, data scientist, statistician, of course, but also domain experts. So when you're building a app or anything like that, there should be somebody with clinical medicine expertise, clinical trials, or pharmaceuticals, depending upon what your industry is. Even healthcare finance, health IT, UI, UX, ethicists, regulators, lawyers. So it's not necessary to have all of them all the time, but have them at least at the beginning, maybe in your advisory committee. Data considerations, availability and adequacy of data, anonymization of data, and include social determinants of health in them. Model consideration is including ethical principles into the design. Careful about the choice of labels, transparency and explicability as much as possible, responsiveness and sustainability, and every time human oversight of the model. And once you have reached that, iterate, iterate, iterate. And hold somebody, a human, accountable, and who is responsible for when something goes wrong. And since healthcare changes very fast, AI changes very fast, keep updating the training and education. There are several frameworks and toolkits that exist. Leverage them. And we do definitely need balanced regulations. This is a business case which I make to my clients. So mitigating bias and implementing ethical AI is the smart decision for business. It helps manage risk. So biased AI system can fail to provide the same quality of service. So So it negatively impacts a person's well-being, and it impacts trust in the customers. So it helps manage risk. It increases customer satisfaction. Fixing a biased algorithm is very costly. So it's easier to get it right as much as possible the very first time. And nothing is local anymore. We have to be careful about international regulations as well. So stay ahead of regulatory compliance. If you have something that is ethical and responsible, it has a high chance of being regulatory compliant. And in the end, it does impact the bottom line. And besides, it is always the right thing to do. So there are several AI ethics and regulations and frameworks in the works. And some of the other speakers also have gone through this. In March, the European Union AI Act was finally adopted. The National Institute of Standards and Technology just last month came up with this AI risk management framework for generative AI. This was in the heels of 180 days of the Biden-Harris executive order on AI, which came in last October. California Governor Newsom has again another executive order on generative AI, which came last year. And FDA periodically updates this. And artificial intelligence learning, it's SAMD, essentially, software as a medical device. Federal Health IT strategic plan, it's a 2020 up to 2020 to 2025 plan. There are several global partnerships that are in the regulation and provide frameworks, and several more. So I won't go through this in any detail, but the European Union AI Act is basically about protecting fundamental rights of persons and healthcare, and they provide them, base these regulations on risk categories. And healthcare is a high risk category, requiring compliance, risk management system, data governance, technical documentation, transparency, and human oversight. So far, before this European Act, we had the GDPR, although it was not necessarily done for healthcare, it did impact a lot of healthcare, the way it was conducted. This is some of the, I'll just go through in them very fast. The software as a medical device, FDA's, it gives a set of best practices to follow. And it does work with all the other different government entities as well. This is the Federal Health IT Strategic Plan. Again, what it says is today's digital world, patients' right to control their health must include the right to access and control their health information as well. So the National Institute of Standard and Technology has 4 draft regulations that just documentations that just came out last month on mitigating the risks of generative AI, reducing threats of the data used to train AI system, reducing synthetic content risks, and global engagement on AI standards. Newsom's executive order has these points as well. And as in ending, code ethic, I hope I have convinced everyone the importance of ethical AI in healthcare and how it improves health equity. So code of conduct, the Association of the Computer Professionals has the ACM Code of Ethics and Professional Conduct. It says to act responsibly, they should reflect upon the wider impacts of their work, consistently supporting the public good. This is for all developers here. And the ACHE, that's the American College of Healthcare Executives Code of Ethics, which I personally follow. And any of your own company's code of conduct for AI model. Finally, if you haven't watched, I highly recommend Coded Bias. Thank you.
Any questions? Let's see if there's anyone else with questions. Because we have been asking two. Any questions? Okay, go ahead.
So how we can use AI to prevent this ransom attack on United Health?
I don't have an answer for that one. Yeah.
So really, they're losing trillions of dollars.
Yes, we are. We are.
So just a
So,
use case.
well, yeah. I think everyone would be very happy to have that
Yeah.
as a solution. Yes. Yeah. It's an open challenge for everyone, right?
There is actually. I'm in cybersecurity.
You are? Okay.
We are using
Cool.
a lot of AI and machine learning.
Which company?
In cybersecurity.
A lot of networks. Yeah, I know they do.
This is actually before the GAI. There's been a lot of AI and machine learning.
Are these preventable?
Yeah, so I think previously a lot of people are talking about AI in a way that is not explainable. So we don't have 100% control over it. And in the healthcare industry, it's all about the vulnerability of a human being. So we allow AI to learn all the vulnerability of a human being while we don't have the controllable power on that 100%. And what does that mean? Right, means sometimes the AI knows our vulnerability and it may have some other idea to do something that we cannot be able to control. And would that be a concern? And how to mitigate that kind of concern to address this threat?
That's a very interesting question. And it is, again, the human factor that comes into it. So as long as we are we are really not on top of all the regulations, but as long as we keep an open mind and are careful about what we are coding, how we are implementing things, and how we are training the AI, I think a lot of these things could be mitigated. But we also have to keep in every time monitoring. That's why a human has to monitor all the AI, all steps.
I see. So you mean to come up with an approach when AI lost control, then we have a way to mitigate that.
Well,
Right.
yeah, that's a movie scenario. Hopefully, we'll never have that.
Well, because there's a research like adversarial machine learning to manipulate AI. Not people could do that. Not until the AI itself becomes the evil, but
yeah,
either case.
Yeah, that was one of the concerns with cybersecurity too, with breaches like that, and especially if you have generative AI, can the hackers take that information and train or use to train the generative AI in any malicious way?
Yeah,
they do have the data after all.
Yeah, because when we're talking about AI ethics, we do need to admit the fact that AI also learns some human properties, especially the negative properties of humanity. Embedded in that as well. We don't have control over that.
That's why I found the last speakers. It was very interesting, unlearning things. I would like to personally unlearn several things, and I think it's time for AI to unlearn.
It looks like the Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah.
So I request Dr. John Wu, founding member and executive of NATIA, to please present this plaque to the speaker.
Hey, okay, that should come this side. Let's this side. Stay away from the projector.
Get away from.
No, everybody move.
Or everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Unmute, okay.
And then start the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
And you're sharing, right?
Yes,
The second
sharing
one.
with the sound, yes. So again, like, thank you for staying late, and I'm gonna make sure it's not boring. The presentation that I have, this is actually coming from first-hand experience, and this is not like a theoretical thing, analytics. We actually are working with farmers in India, and this is something that we have implemented generative AI on 100,000 farmers, and this is our learnings basically. And so starting, and like, I'm coming from the positive side of AI, like how we can actually take this AI and reach to the farmers who are actually illiterate, they have language barrier, they never had access to knowledge. Means like, they are like in a small village or hamlet they're living, and there's a lot of research that people in Stanford and everywhere else doing. But how do we actually reach them and tell them how to do this? Because there are millions of farmers actually working on the ground and they don't have access to the knowledge. So Gen AI is something that's now actually making possible where we take this knowledge, convert into something they can understand. Gen AI comprehend their questions, and then we deliver to them. So now they can implement, because whatever thing we do, research in climate resilient agriculture or climate tech or even agriculture research, if it's not going to reach to the people who actually do the farming, this is like useless. This is just like elite people and researcher talking to each other, but like nobody's actually using it on the ground. So so like how, like, so this is I'm gonna just put this, okay, perfect. So the climate change is real. I think it's like no denying it. I think many people also who are like not into the agreement now started kind of feeling it, because these are like a real example that in Kenya there was like a 5 consecutive season where there was no rain and the crops are failing. The new type of pests are actually coming up from somewhere because the temperature is kind of going up high, and it's like being responsible for a lot of crop failures. We are seeing some research coming out, say like 70% smallholder farmer. I'll be using this word a lot, but smallholder means not like US where you have like a huge farms, but mostly in India, developing nations, Southeast Asia, Africa, China. Farmers who have like a 2 or 3 acre or less are called smallholder farmer, like a small family, like living on the agriculture income. And 70% of them are saying that like in last 3 or 4 years, their life has been affected due to the change. Like sometimes there are heat waves, there are like a lot of rain, there's like a crop failures or some new pest or disease coming up. In Middle East and Morocco, water crises are like actually affecting the crop. There's like a hydro plant, they don't have water anymore. And soil is actually degrading. And this is all basically effect of like peaks, ups and downs of the climate change that we are seeing. And in US, we have like around 22 million people associated with the agriculture, which is like comparatively small because US is mostly like a service country. But 45% population of the world is either rely on agriculture or working in the agriculture. And that's like a huge number. Like even like countries like India, where we've been working very closely, where the government say like 65% people is either some way related to rural or agrarian. That's like 900 million people just in India alone. So if the climate change affect significantly, like, in many countries, like I think in many part, like even US, like the weather patterns are there. India, there's like a famous monsoon is there, which actually responsible for entire like bringing water for the agriculture. And if the climate change changes any of the water circulation pattern and monsoon goes away, then suddenly like a 1.5 million people would not have water access. So this is what we know very well, but people who actually work on the ground, they are like, maybe they have read somewhere, but they're not like implementing every day in their life how they can actually get adapted to what's coming. And these are the problem that we are seeing due to the climate change. Like crop yields are dropping, there are crop loss, variations in the crop every day happening. And this is not just India, this is like everywhere around the world. The quality is degrading, new pests and pathogens are like appearing, which like, kind of destroying crop. And also with the like heat waves and rain, the health work, like farm workers or even livestock in the field, like, their lives kind of get affected. So climate change is the problem. What is the second problem is the knowledge gap. Like, as I was talking, like, most of these folks working in agriculture around the world, many of them are either suffering from language barrier, like they cannot speak English. So like most of the knowledge until now was like, we can go and do Google search and find out some question and answer, but someone who cannot write in English, cannot read, like how they are going to find the answer, right? And they have like a language barrier, literacy problem. The whole ecosystem is fragmented. This knowledge is kind of isolated everywhere, somewhere in research institute, but it's not like somewhere combined. Now, and this knowledge gap was also one of the reason where a lot of people who were exploiting this farming, like, I think many of we know that this particular demography who's working in agriculture are mostly the most exploited people. Like even in US, now because we have worked, the farmers are not like one of the most like richest demography also. Like they also kind of live very much depending upon the weather patterns, and they are also not making like how we do make in Silicon Valley for sure. And now coming back to the like why this knowledge gap is there, because a lot of knowledge, like first of all, agriculture is like a laggard in terms of digital adaptation. Now they have all type of documentations that been related to products and the manuals, some research work done in the universities, some experts who are building, writing advice or doing the research. So the knowledge itself in like different unstructured data, and it's like somewhere kind of combined in one place. And then there are multiple type of folks who are actually consuming, either farmers who are reading it, or there are some advisors who are advising them. And due to all this problem, like language literacy, low engagement, acquisition cost, the knowledge dissipation doesn't happen. So that's why like they rely on what they have been doing for years. Like most of this family, they know how to grow corn, and they just keep repeating by same type of seed, grow same time, same time they like take the crop out. But with the climate change, this is changing. Like now the monsoon is, or the rain's coming earlier. California had drought, now it's like raining that we are like, some lakes are popping up in middle, like in a somewhere like in a southern California, there was like a lake last year would build up because of so much rain. So things are changing now. Farmers who have been doing all this agriculture practices for so long, suddenly they have to figure out now. So we got problem, climate and knowledge gap. Now, how we came to solve this problem, and I think this is something we were not like planning to solve the problem to breach the knowledge gap with the climate resilient agriculture. We were actually agriculture AI company. So something that I started in 2019, 2020, where the goal for me to kind of build AI application that goes in the hand of farmers and they can start using latest technology. And for that, we build a lot of plot mapping using satellite images to help farmers, creating marketplace, helping them with automated description. Also, we created using a diffusion model, because I think we talk about a lot of generative AI, textual LLMs, but there are also diffusion models, which are like stable diffusion or mid journey and things like that. So we also build a lot of tool for farmer where they can just say, I'm a farmer, I grow turmeric, and I need a label. So I can print it out and start putting, because not everybody can afford a graphic designer to create like a very fine, fancy looking label to put on the product they want to sell. So we were actually working on many AI applications, and during that time, we were collecting a lot of data to help them out. And this is where in 2020, like last year in March, we realized that like we have collected huge amount of data to help agriculture and help the farmer. And we ended up creating this application, like it's called Kisan AI. So Kisan means farmer in like in Hindi and many Indian languages. What we did basically took a lot of unstructured data and data that we have collected for agriculture practices, use the speech and translation models. So in front of that, and use LLM as a center kind of actuator using retrieval augmentation, which is like one of the regular practice nowadays. Earlier, we have to like really hard code it. So what we created something now you see, but this was last March, where farmer take a app or website, select a language and press a button and start talking to the AI in their own language. So this is something like basically it's a voice conversation tool that we created last year in March and launched it. And it was supported by the data we have been collecting for the agriculture based practices, how to help them out. And this was something in the March, and it was kind of look like this. And like simple interface, select language, there's some question, and then you just talk. Like, so you don't have to now know language or read anything. It will reply you in the same language. So you're having voice conversation, which we nowadays saw in a OpenAI ChatGPT demo where they were like talking to it, right? So we did it like a year before them, and we were actually supporting multiple languages. Now we support like more than 22 languages. Most of the Southeast Asia, India, Malaysia, Indonesia, all of them. And at that point, we became like one of the first company to do that. Now, during this time, we also realized that like, if we are going to do like help out agriculture, which is like not really industry where, people make a lot of profit anyway, we need to have the inference cost lower down, and we cannot keep using the GPT-4 or Claude of Opus, which are like comparatively expensive for developing nations, Africa, South Asia, all the other countries, right? So we started training our own models, basically fine tuning in the sense like, so all the knowledge base that we have created and the instruction that farmers were using on our platform, we actually started training our own model. Then we are now basically using and training our model, which are very agriculture specific. Our model cannot do coding. It cannot write a nicest email, or it cannot do like language translation. But what it can do is answer agriculture related question, answer well. And it's very, very small model, like just a 7 million parameter model. So it's cheap and can be deployed on a larger scale. And we have kind of started doing multimodal. Now we are training for pest and disease detection. So now the farmer can take a picture and talk in their language and say like what's going on, like in any language basically. So that's where we are going. Like we're going to create like a based agriculture with the knowledge that we have been collecting to help them out and keep adding more practices. So they are like focused, and it can be kind of delivered on like a cheaper scale. We have now reached more than 110,000 farmers organically. We haven't tried anything. They are just organically talking in their groups. They're spreading around because they like it. They're coming back with the feedback, and probably more than 500,000 conversations that we have solved. We were also the first in a way to kind of come up with the agriculture LLMs and also the multimodal. And this is just something like bragging rights that like we got mentioned many things. But the learning part. So I think this is the one of or two of the slides that probably related to the event, that what we are seeing actually from the real people, not the tech people, not people who actually can afford it. What we are able to say is people who actually looking for knowledge or looking for way out of the regular life. And when they see a tool like this, they are actually adopting it well. And instead of complaining more about this AI is not answering question or hallucinating a lot or this, that, and all the complaints that we usually do for like the first world country folks, they are figuring out the way around. They will ask multiple questions. They will go around because they do have some ground knowledge. They do know that like if this answer in a ton instead of kilogram or pound, then it's wrong, right? So it's not gonna just complain about why hallucinate. It's gonna ask question again. So that's what we have seen. And we are also doing translation. So many times the dialect of the folks can also kind of give wrong answer. So when they see the wrong answer, they go back, ask multiple questions, go around. And once they figure out how to ask the question, they adapt it. So in that way, I see all other things that we're talking about is mostly because we have so much already. And that's why, like, kind of we complain a lot. But the farmers are reaching out, they started reaching out us with more features, like say, like, why you don't have tractor related information? Why you don't have some irrigation related information? Because like we were as a startup trying to add as much data as possible. Now farmers are reaching out to say like, we need all more information so we can start using it a lot. And so in a way that was like much more exciting for us, because first time we saw that, like the user themselves are ready to overcome the limitation of AI, because they see the big thing. Because till yesterday, if they have to find a knowledge or answer, they will have to probably travel, take an appointment from a university professor who's in like agriculture university, or get someone expert advice or someone to pay to get the answer. Now they can just start talking middle of the night, ask a question. I have a cotton crop, I have a whitefly infestation, what should I use? And if this is a new pest which is coming due to the climate changes, then they can easily ask and access the knowledge. Because now earlier they had no clue about what kind of pest which never happened in that region, now coming from somewhere else, because the temperature in that region has gone up. So the pests are coming from other region. So they are happy. Only pushback that we got is from the well-off farmers who say like, hey, we know how to do this thing, or they may have some education or some English literacy. It's like, hey, I'll figure it out. Like, we don't want to use it, something like that. So which is kind of now kind of understood after I have started seeing the responses from around like, the many people working on alignment in Silicon Valley, and like how the complaints that happens on Twitter and other places, right? One thing that we are trying to improve is like a generic response, because that is for sure, farmers are expert in their domain. They know what to do. And many times, if you do not have enough knowledge base, the AI will answer like very generic, high level answer, right? So if you already are a knowledgeable person and domain expert, then you will say this is generic. But they do understand that that can be overcome by adding more data, more knowledge in the system. And other thing that we have seen is on the business side, where the adaptation is basically kind of slow, because they are afraid of any legal implications, because what if you end up answering something wrong, right? So this can be something with the disclaimer that we'll have to run. But this is where like we are in terms of thing. One of the interesting story, again, this is like very heartwarming story I always show up, because we had a farmer when we kind of launched last year. He was growing geranium. It's like it's a plant which you extract oil out. You kind of send all the entire plant crop to oil company. They extract the oil out and they use it for making perfume and all thing. And then all the agri waste, that's basically it's yours. You have to kind of discard it. Sometimes you have to even pay it. You don't know what to do. And this particular farmers was kind of always interested. They're like, there is some oil may have left. What can I do to actually make extra money out of my crop? And he goes, start using the AI, start asking more questions, access some research paper information, find the chemical composition, buy something, experiment, figure out how to make air freshener. And then he actually now run his own startup and taking care of agri-waste around other farmers in that area to build and like make air freshener and sell it online, basically. So now from a farmer, he's actually creating his own business. So that is like a power of AI. Earlier, he had no clue how to make air freshener, what chemical composition means. Now he can experiment, try it out and make. So AI can give power to people who actually want to kind of explore something new earlier, which was almost impossible. Reading 10 paper for him to find chemical composition was like almost not possible, right? And then we have started working very dedicated on the climate resilient agriculture. So we are working with UN and the goal for us to start building very curated knowledge base for climate practices and the impact of the climate. So if somebody is actually interested in asking question, we can create. And part of this project, we are also trying to involve like 50% women farmer, because in many countries, actually, the women are involved much more number in agriculture on the ground, in the field themselves. So, and their voice were never heard. So we are like working so we can actually include them in part of our effort. So hear them out, like what is actually their problem. So this is what we are working. And as part of this, we have, even though we are working in agriculture, as you have seen, like we were very first to launch voice-based thing. We were very first to do fine tuning. Similarly, we have also figured out many synthetic data generation techniques, basically. So semi-synthetic or synthetic data pipeline that we have built. So with a very fraction of cost, we can generate huge amount of data from some ground truth that we fetch. And that is what we are using to actually create knowledge base. And we always have, as I think many folks here already talked about, to have a human in the loop. So we do have human or someone with agriculture knowledge in the loop to check out the knowledge base. But we have like automated a lot of process by this now. And I think the last part is something that we have very recently discovered is how we are using generative AI to actually make sense of satellite data. So, we have like a lot of satellite images, spectral images of one of them is a leaf index. One of them is like NO2. Then there are like air quality. So there are multiple data points through satellite and other sensor. A lot of companies kind of collect. But these are numbers. Like in real world, these are like a chart. Like how you actually make sense out of it. Like if I give you like a 5 different category of number and say like, now this is your climate data, there is no meaning of it. Like you need to actually make sense out of it and say like what's going on in your area in terms of like human can understand, not in the like a mean and variance numbers. So something that the knowledge that we have collected and some of the algorithms that we build, we kind of come up with this thing where we can actually start ingesting sensor information and coming out with the insights that actually get feedback again to the model. And now when someone asks very specific question about their region and some impact of climate, we have like support data to support, and we can say like, maybe you are fine, like, or maybe like you are in trouble, like, because we have now something to support from the satellite data. And I think that be all. I think I said I will like keep it quick, guys. Everybody is bored and tired. So thank you.
What's your business model?
Sorry?
What's your business model?
Yes, very good question. So we work with the businesses. So we work with agri businesses. So entire thing that we build, the architecture to serve, the same thing now we are enabling for agriculture companies like Syngenta, Bayer, Monsanto, because they have their own knowledge and they also want to serve their own customers. Now, how can they actually create their own co-pilot? So I did not include, but our platform, our business platform is called Agri Copilot. So the same system that we build it for university and public data, you can do that for your own company, basically, because you have 1,000 products for different categories, different region, there's a different manual, different practices, right? And you do not want to have like a staff of 100 folks knowing every language. If you have like a 10 new product coming next month, you have to re-educate everyone to understand it, right? Because AI can basically understand, digest, and then deliver that to the farmers very easy. Customer, yes. So model, yes. Agriculture companies, yes. Farmers are the receiving end. The agriculture company is the one who pays. So these companies already have their own websites and apps and their way, or they're like a sales folk or the phone on the call center. They already have a channels to reach out to the farmers, right? But these channels are not efficient.
So you're
B2B, yeah. Our business model is B2B. The consumer website is something that we keep doing because it helps us to collect data. It helps us to understand what kind of question farmer asks, because the nuances of every vertical is different. It's for healthcare, it's different. For legal, it's different. Similarly, agriculture. And for us, which is very important, that we do not want to create like a healthcare or nurse answer for someone who's asking from farm and working like, currently. So
for the business that you created, are you licensing rights or it's just one time? So
no, it's a subscription basically thing. It's like a kind of platform as a service or a system as a service, software as a service, where basically either it's we help you to create your own, but we keep the IP of the system, or we already have a platform. You bring your data and we help you with the API and other integration.
Subscription.
Yeah.
Did you work with Microsoft?
Sorry?
You work with Microsoft?
Work with Microsoft? Yeah. So yes. So Microsoft is one of our biggest backer. So they're like promoting us in the way like we are part of their startup cohort. And but yes, yeah, we're working with, we are like native Azure. They've been with us from the beginning. The first week Microsoft came to support us, and from everywhere they are helping us. Yeah. So the entire Microsoft agriculture team, I know we are connected. We and like India team, definitely we are like trying to work with them everywhere. Word Copilot? Yeah, we call it Agri Copilot, but yeah, maybe hope we keep the relationship so we don't get sued. Yes.
So I'm just curious, the technology you focus on, while you're building your specialized knowledge base, do you that from scratch, or do you based on certain open source models and kind of thing that you based on content engineering using some third-party systems?
So, okay. So foundation model, we use open source foundation models, but to train, you need knowledge, and then knowledge cannot be directly used anyway to train. So you have to convert into instruction set or curation or label, right? So this knowledge come from many public data, means universities, and so many data that we have actually used is not even public on the website. So we have like a relationship with universities. They create like a manual in local languages. So we have to actually do OCR translation to actually do that. Then we convert into instruction. Many times we have just like a one word question, one word answer pair. So we do like a semi-synthetic data generation and use LLM to create like proper instruction in the format that we want. And then it goes basically in the training of the model. Which part? Yes, specialized knowledge base, it's a prompt engineering for synthetic data. In other thing, it's more like NLP stuff, data curation. Many times we have a human, like we have always human involved after all the channels that goes through. Like you saw the rate teaming and other the RLHF part. So we basically do reinforcement learning by human feedback on our side. We generate a lot of data comes from the farmers, some data we generate, then our team basically check and kind of put it in our data set, and then we use back again for training. But our RLHF is going and happening only for the agriculture problem.
Do you have to sign license here?
No, it's a public data. It's like it's a public data. It's just that nobody uses it, or it's just that it's sitting down in their servers and nobody ever asked them to use it. You say we will use it. We'll make use of it. Basically.
You don't have any this knowledge base is free of charge.
Yeah, the public one is free of charge. Correct.
You never have to pay any.
This one, no, definitely. The one which is public, we don't. But then the thing is the knowledge part can be a table, right? But that's not a table. That's not a knowledge. Like you're not going to feed that one basically to LLM and say like make sense out of it. You have to actually convert that into something comprehensible, which actually you can use it for training. And that is where the synthetic data pipelines or semi-synthetic data pipeline come in, where you see the column name, how the column names are affecting second column name, what is the relationship, then you actually create instruction. So a lot of post-processing happens anywhere, like even for other big foundation model trainer, they spend a lot on data curation process, like Scale AI. That's like really huge company built on just helping them out with data annotation and curation. So that's like the one of the most expensive process than the even training the models itself.
So you still a startup company?
Startup, yes.
Are you in
US? We are in US. I live in US. I've been running the business in India, and now we have actually customers in America, Southeast America, and some conversation happening in US. So like in India, definitely we have. Now we are actually, yes, we are becoming a worldwide basically. Okay. For agriculture, yes, nobody still believes it.
Yes.
Sorry?
You said just meeting your database that you can start your business, right? People learning your AI system, they can start their online system.
Yeah.
Right?
They bring their own data and then they can start their own Copilot.
So let me check this information, anything that is happening in the LLM calculation and what is the LLM does not know what like someone's asking. Does it say I don't have an answer?
Yeah, see, those kind of thing can be done in like just simple prompt engineering. There's a multiple layer you can do. You can have a guardrails. You can add into prompt engineering. Then after, like, we have human evaluation happening too. So that the RLHF we do to fine tune the model. So we do have evaluation happening at the like the human level. We do collect from the feedback, and then there, as I said many times, there are like farmers. If there's a hallucination that we cannot capture, we have disclaimer that like this is a take your own. It's not like it's a co-pilot for you. It's not like your doctor or something like that. So it's any AI system can make a mistake, but I think I don't want to kind of not deploy it because it will make a mistake and then we'll never give benefit to them anyway, because until it's 100% we're not going to deploy. That doesn't work, like for at least me. We want them to use it, find out, help us out with the hallucination they find or problem they find. We can fix it and keep feeding back in.
One last question. You said you have 22 languages. Each language, for each dialect, how does the model reply back? Does it reply back in the same dialect?
Same language. Dialect definitely, like, that's not like right now the language models, like not say there are speech models and the language models. These are LLMs. Speech models are basically one do ASR or STT or TTS side, right? Those models basically right now, some of them actually capture dialects, some of them won't. And then the replying back in the dialect is the text to speech problem, right? So text to speech itself is like, you have 11 labs and you have like GPT coming out, you have all other Google voices and all, right? So, and you have like even voice cloning and everything is happening. So replying back to them in their own dialect, that is something very good problem to solve. Identifying dialect and training the voice model for the every dialect, like even in Europe, English may have different dialect from England to Estonia to Ukraine, right? So maybe like there are models available. See, I don't want to deploy. I can do that train part, but I don't want to, because it's like it's not cost effective ultimately to have a servers and GPU running and hosting all the dialect model, detect a dialect and then reply back in that one. That just may be expensive for me. So technically it's possible. If you have a high paying use case, go ahead and do that.
So I now request Dr. Raju Mathur, Senior Member of ICT, to present the class to Dr. Desai.
Thank you. Okay, just want to say one final word. Okay.
Yeah.
Come. So again, a very, very, very successful NFIC organized by IEEE and ATEA. I want to special.
Good job, Dan.
Yes, long time. 10 years ago. Good job. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you, Vishnu.
Thank you.
Contact number.
Because I already, my